Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my years for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
And we will see if we can hear me now. It's happening again. Let me know if you can hear me. And I will begin with don't hear anything. Yeah, hear you. The great Fornal has said we hear you now. The anti-whites trying to stifle us and shut us down. We're going to have to keep an eye on this sort of thing. Georgia Meloni is our featured story, nationalist politician. What's she been up to? It's going to be very interesting to get into that. It's not like I made any predictions or anything. A gunman riding a scooter in Queens, it says here, kills a person, injures 3 others, and back-to-back random, okay, sure, shootings, police say. We also have my response to Normie Evangelist, who is a follower of Fuentes and yours truly. We may also have a few laughs at some Instagram videos, but we'll see. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there is this. Little Johnny wants a BMX bike. So he gets down on his knees and writes a letter to God. It reads, Dear God, if I'm good for a month, will you get me a BMX bike? He carefully folds the letter and leaves it at the end of his bed. He lies down under the covers and thinks for a moment. 1 month is a long time to be good. He gets up, tears the letter into pieces, and writes another one. Dear God, if I'm good for 1 week, will you get me a BMX bike? He folds the letter and then thinks, no, 1 week is too long to be good. He writes another letter. Dear God, if I'm good for 1 day, will you get me a BMX bike? Looking at the letter, he tears it up. 1 day is just too long to be good. He jumps out of his window in the middle of the night, heads on up to the local church. He grabs the statue of Mary, rolls it up in a blanket, rushes back home, shoves it under his bed. He then writes a final letter. Dear God, if you ever want to see your mother again, Very close. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't know if I can be heard anymore. It seems like this software, none of my doing and none of my lack of preparation. It does seem that it's this software. Welcome, everybody. It is, of course, 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. As I speak and try to read, figure out whether or not I can be heard here on the airwaves, on the stream waves, as we are here. We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious Sunday for a going free gathering, as they all are, because Team White Wellbeing has entered the stadium, and the rockets are exploding, the rockets' red glare, and the sun is rising in the west, ladies and gentlemen. We are turning back the evil that has come into our world. We, the only ones who are not just recreators having fun and doing nothing else. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is everything working okay? I hope so, ladies and gentlemen. We'll make changes if we have to. But right now, we're just having a check to see if everything is working okay. It says, Franklin's laughing loud and clear, says Mike. Matt Mittens is here. Cool, Papa J Magic. Owning anti-white goblins just for fun. Now, Vincent B is here. Trip and sip. Wonderful to see everybody. There's Sam Mooski. Great to see you, brother. Wonderful to see everybody. If the sound goes, please let me know. WordConqueror would like to call in today, and he is on the list. Number 1 on the list to call in. If you would like to call in, you will contact me over there on Skype as Jason Kuna. No White Guilt is my name there on Skype. And I then call you. So reach out to me there. That's later in the gathering today. If, however, you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, I would deeply appreciate it. You may do so at Cash App. On the monitors over to my right, your left, you can find down in the description the URL for Cash App. You can financially gift there in cash or cryptocurrency. Which ones, I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. But you can do that over there on Cash App as well. If over the course of this gathering, as it almost happened just then, my voice cracks, I have to tell you that I am very sick. But here we are. We're excited nonetheless. And the only way I'm able to even speak right now is because I took the numbing medication. That numbing medication that says on there, oh, just spritz 2 or 3 of this into the back of your throat 3 or 4 times a day. I took that numbing medication and I gargled with it. So we could go free and there would be nothing in our way. Nothing can stop us here in service to White Wellbeing. God bless you. God bless you all. You may also financially gift over at Entropy, which is up and running, but you will find that the question widget is no longer there or may no longer work because they're doing away with all of the widgets. They told me. Rachel said, boss over there, the boss woman over there at Entropy, doing away with all the widgets. But the platform will continue, thank God, and God bless those good people. You may financially gift there, and you can write a question or comment along with that financial gift. You may also head on over to D Live, where you can financially gift in their goofy little cryptocurrency, or you can head on over to Odyssey, where you can financially gift in their cryptocurrency or cash dollars. I'll be keeping a look on all of these platforms. And, of course, if you would like to make a comment, ask a question, whatever it might be, respectfully, you may tag me as No White Guilt, and that will light up for me as your world lights up when I appear in it, and then I will read said comment or question. If it scrolls away and it disappears, well, then just try again a little bit later. Don't spam the chat, though, because you will be viewed as a troll, and I have troll slayers in the house, and they will come get you. They will come and get you. Maybe I'm on other medication as well to help with pain, severe pain, but I'm not feeling any pain right now. I'm just feeling like going free, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot of stuff we'd like to cover over the course of this gathering. We're going to get started right away with a very brief list of some swashbuckling celebrations, ladies and gentlemen. You got to make sure you celebrate here because we have a lot to celebrate. Have you seen that just days ago, we had Dr. Carol Swain with us, and a role in Going Free, ladies and gentlemen. Epically glorious. She talked about her brand new book, which is not being talked about anywhere else. You can find it out where you can find it soon. It's going to be available soon. You can hear her thoughts on that book, The Adversity of Diversity. You can find out her views on various things, and you can see why she is the woman that she has been known to be everywhere she shows up. We are very excited, very proud that she came on and appeared with us. If you didn't know about that, if you didn't know that happened, I want you as an action item that you watch this entirety. Once we're done here today, watch the entirety of that interview. It's a wonderful interview. She's a splendid woman. And then I want you to share it with all of your circles of influence. I want to tell all your families and all your family and friends, coworkers, colleagues, enemies, nemesis. Tell them all, because this shakes the foundations and raises the vault on this house, ladies and gentlemen. Big God bless you. Let's hear it for Dr. Carol Swain. 07s, 007s, raucous emojis for that woman showing up. What a heck of a great conversation that was. Splendid friend. And we were happy to chat with her. God bless. 95s in the house. Let's get that woman some crowns for her head and some gems for her feet as she trods the earth. There are many. I mean, think about it. The day's going to come when they're going to say, who were the bravest in this hour, this darkest of hour for Western civilization? Who were the bravest among them? And you know what? It's not going to be a whole lot of white guys. They're white guys there, and they're pretty much showing up on Team White Wellbeing. But you got a black woman who's a senior, and she showed up. What a sad state for white guys that want to talk about how brave and great they are. Yeah, you were brave and great at one point. The white race was. Not so much now. Few of us now. But you know who we're going to celebrate as well, in addition to the great Dr. Carol Swain? We're going to celebrate I Hypocrite. Let's get this man some 07s. Let's celebrate some I Hypocrite here. Let's throw some gems at his feet, because when, as you all know, I am shunted, I am stifled, my tongue is cut out. Look, it's cut out. I had to sew it back in. I am censored everywhere. I don't complain about it all the time like a lot of others do. I don't complain, and they're just like, look at him, he's not censored. I don't complain. I find ways around. I circumvent. I'm a little smart. The people here on Team White Wellbeing, kind of a cut above, kind of a step above. We don't just get shut down by anti-whites and then just bitch about it. No, we make a difference. But I reached out and I found I Hypocrite. I said, hey, will you magnify this tweet of the great Dr. Swain, who came on the program? She's trying to sell this book, this new book of hers, Adversity of Diversity, The Adversity of Diversity. And she's trying to sell this book. And I'm getting shut down here. I'm getting stifled on Twitter, shadow banned on Twitter. We proved it, Musk. We proved it. Getting stifled on Twitter. And I said, will you retweet this? And he said, yes. He didn't not even a second. Yes. It's 300,000+ followers over there on Twitter. God bless him. You know how many people here just driven just by egos, just by the drive for dollars, just by this guy's like, yes, I will do it. Not afraid. So many others, they look at me and they're like, oh God, I don't want my wife to see him. Oh God, I don't want my girlfriend to see him. Oh God, your sisters have already seen me and they're pounding on the door outside. This guy's like, yes, I will absolutely retweet him right away. Did that. Wonderful. Drove the views up. God bless I Hypocrite. Hey, if you're not following I Hypocrite, following. If you haven't retweeted his stuff, retweet his stuff. Show up under one of his threads and say, hey, you're a good guy, and I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you so much. That's I Hypocrite, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep rolling through these swashbucklings. We can get into this first story of the day, which is Georgia Meloni. And did anybody make any prediction? Was Team White Wellbeing once again on the vanguard? There's the great Southern Bloom is with us, and Irish Nick is here. Wonderful to see you. There is the unifier. Wonderful to see you. And I want to thank everybody. I want everybody to get a pat on the back. Give yourself a pat on the back. Don't break your arm doing it. Give yourself a pat on the back. If you help to magnify, and if you're going to help magnify the interview with Dr. Carol Swain, I want you to pat yourself on the back, because we are it. We are the changers. We are the change agent. We are, and this is the way I guess it had to be. God bless every single one of you. God bless you. I might have to have a few more libations here as we move. Celebrate, you all. Celebrate. Hey, big celebration. There was a tweet that had over 100,000 views this past week. And it is because of Team White Wellbeing, baby. Let's hear it for everybody on Team White Wellbeing. This tweet, ladies and gentlemen, over 100,000 K and climbing, just some other person using anti-white narrative. Anti-white narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. This is the Team WWB effect. Team White Wellbeing effect. This is what happens when you have champions, some working solo, most working in pairs or small groups, and then we have our teams actively working together, and specifically, most of the thanks for this specific tweet going to the Twitter group. Let's give it up for the Twitter group. Throw some gems and some Raucous emojis and some lions and tigers. Seizing up Raucous emojis. Hey, but most important, let's get out some swashbuckling flags. Let's get out those swashbuckling flags, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make sure that everybody feels the love over there on the Twitter group for Team WWB 100K anti-white narrative. Where did this stuff come from? You know what? I didn't know where is it coming from? Well, it came from us. And among that group that we're going to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, one of Western Kind is rocking it. I saw out there kicking ass. Western Kind at White Wellbeing C is out there kicking ass and rocking it. Get out your 07s as I read these names for these people. Get out your swashbuckling flags, ladies and gentlemen. We own the swash. We own that swash in this house. When the flags go up, I'm going to tell you what, the UN might raise a bunch of anti-white flags. We're going to replace them with a bunch of swashbuckling flags. The day will come when the swash flag flies over the United Nations. This I tell you. We're going to celebrate also among this names. Edamon 9 was in there, and the leader, the team leader, Biospirit of the West. Swashbuckling and rocking it from coast to coast, pole to pole, planet Earth. God bless you all. Well done. I want to give a big salute to the Thunder down under London this past week, holding a training, a Go Free training in Australia. The Go Free Club in Australia holding a training. God bless you, brother. Big salutes there. 07s, make sure you get the 07s out. 95s for these people. And you're wondering, so we're wondering, how is this happening? You got this a little bit earlier. You got this tweet. Somebody does. They just have it showing up in their threads. And then all of a sudden they're like, And then it's really because of this anti-white narrative. And then people out there like Daniel Schmidt says, where is all this coming from? He writes here on Twitter, I've received lots of DMs, direct messages. For those folks who don't know, I've received lots of DMs from Ivy League students in the past 24 hours, all saying the same thing. Anti-white sentiment is everywhere on campus. Let me pause right there. What did I just tell you about last week? What did we just celebrate last week? An entire big, significant university coming unglued over a clip that the great No White Guilt clips made of yours truly, and the students there able to take the arguments that I provided in that clip and use them in that clip. They didn't all have to reference me and make a big deal out of No White Guilt. They all just used those arguments and crushed everywhere. So we'll just reference that for a moment. Found out about that by chance. We would have never known We would have never even knew it happened. Found out about that by chance. How likely is that the only one, right? So he says, anti-white sentiment is everywhere on campus, and they want to do something about it. The term anti-white was off limits just a few years ago, but now it's impossible to ignore. He wants to know, where's it coming from? So I retweeted him on Twitter, and I said, hey, team, why don't we go ahead and let him know where it's coming from? It kind of has a source. It's kind of dedicated people giving their time, volunteering, using their intelligence, using their vocabulary, skills in discussing psychological skills, sales skills, in discussing these subject topics with people out there. They're not showing up and they're not saying, hey, use this or we're going to come get you. No, they're talking about a specific incident, some piece of doom out there, whether it's dissecting it or documenting it or whatever it is, and then they toss in these powerful concepts as they've learned how to do. And then people, because it's we call it a curative contagion, they want to use them. At these Ivy League schools, they're like, wow, I like that. Wow, I'll use that. And then they start using it. And then Daniel Schmidt's like, what's going on? All these kids are saying anti-white. It wasn't happening before. It wasn't happening 5 years ago. 5 years ago. It wasn't happening 10 years ago. It certainly wasn't happening. Well, I've been pushing it. Here it is, Daniel. Here it is. By the way, Daniel should start responding, right? Let's make sure we get to him so he knows where it's coming from. Here's the thing, Daniel. 94, I began using anti-whiteism. Thought I coined them because they weren't in the dictionary, my home dictionary, which I still have. That was at my parents' house. Wasn't at the city dictionary either. And then years later, after pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, suddenly the apostles of white well-being arrived. And it was like dawn. It was like rainbows of goodness from God himself, delivered them unicorns from the population. Pegasus flew in and they said, we will help you. We will spread all of this far and wide. We will magnify. And they have come in, ladies and gentlemen, and all of that pushing for all of those years ended up detonating around in blooms of roses around planet Earth, looking as beautiful as a floral shop can look, ladies and gentlemen, on a wedding, on a christening. It's so wonderful. I love it. The music is playing. Little cherubs with harps are playing in the background, and trumpets are playing, and anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, Western kind, white erasure, white well-being showing up all over the place. How did it happen? We are the ones who made it happen. Team White Wellbeing. If you didn't respond already to Daniel, you can find that retweet over on my Twitter. That's an action item as well. Make sure you get over there and you let Daniel know. And you let Daniel know that it's time to interview the great No White Guilt. And I'll show up and we can talk about it. And we'll have Daniel over here as well. We'll spread the love around, front, center, sideways, lateral, behind. We'll make it happen because we are making it happen, been making it happen. And now you have people all around saying, finding themselves, just like we said would happen, that they would be backed into it, even the anti-whites themselves. And all of a sudden, they're like, holy shit, look at how the world has changed. How did this happen? It's us. It's us. Just like we planned and articulated and said here for year after year after year after year, and it comes to fruition. God bless every single one of you. 07s, internal debt, gratitude from yours truly. I love everybody on Team White Wellbeing. Every piece of effort that they have given, every dollar they have given, every moment that they gave, retweeting and posting leaflets and everything else in the world for love, hope, and redemption, and service to white well-being for the good of everyone, of every race who lives in Western civilization. God bless every single one of you champions. And then the final swash of the day is this, ladies and gentlemen. And maybe as an action item, maybe if somebody wants to call today, Rapunzel says, if anybody wants to call today later in the gathering today, you want to share something good that happened to you because of going free, because of spreading this method of love, hope, and redemption, of white well-being to people in your circles, to your life. You want to share that, call in later today. We'll talk about it. We want to hear your good stories about service to white well-being. We're going to finish with this, and then we're going to have a few seconds. How many seconds is that? We're going to have 10 seconds of a bumper, and then we'll be right back with our stories. And we're going to share this last piece of swash today, ladies and gentlemen. You want to know what kind of effect the Go Free method and what we're doing here, what genuinely we are in the world, what's happening here, what genuinely, honestly, in love, raining down in blissful glory, like gold droplets from heaven, diamonds and gold from heaven. You want to know how it affects. It changes the landscape. It changes societal landscape, exactly as we said. Is that not enough evidence for you? You can go back and watch videos. You can go back and you can read from older versions, even of Go Free. You can go all the way back to when I was handing the earliest versions out in leaflets long before the internet was robust. You can go back, ladies and gentlemen, and see the predictions of everything we said here coming true. You can go back and you can see, you can be part of Franklin's endeavor to catalog these receipts so that these scum out there can't keep denying after saying it couldn't be done, then saying, you didn't do it, you can't do it, and then, oh, it happened, or you didn't do it. You want to know that, as well as the transformation in individual lives, people becoming better versions of themselves, aligning with the archetype of Western kind by ridding themselves of the ideas of anti-whiteism. We call them meme pathogens. There are certain people, little low-life bastards, that say it's too hard to learn something like meme pathogen, but they will readily learn woke overnight. They'll readily learn all these different other anti-white concepts overnight. You want to know the kind of difference it makes? It makes this difference. And I want you to know the most important difference in the world that you can make for white well-being is to change the life of a single Westman, man, woman, or child, Westman, for the better. That's, if you can do that. And I don't know why. Why is this so hard to promulgate? Why is this so hard to spread? Why is this so hard for people to understand? I guess it's just above their intellectual pay grade. They all want to LARP as this or that. They all want to just entertain or whatever. They don't want to, and they want to give ideas that ruin the lives of people. If you can change the mind, I've been saying this. I gave speeches about this. I can remember a speech right now I gave in Richmond 20 years ago about this. Be able to change the life of a single Westman for the better with your method. And that can be reproduced to the tune of hundreds of millions of Westmen. Why is this so hard to understand? I'm going to read this to you right now. And I want, get out the swat, get your swash ready. Diamonds for this man's feet, crowns for his head, 95s for his heart, ladies and gentlemen, raucous emojis, fireworks. We got this from Scott. Scott writes this, and then we're going to go right to our bumper. Scott writes this: Dear Jason, I was on the road last night. For a moment, tears of joy and appreciation came to me. The Sunday gathering was playing back. I thought to myself, it is because of this man, his relentless service, his diamond message, his gift of himself to our people, that I began to identify with the spirit of the West inside of me. Always there, but now I consciously work to align with it and direct it toward the well-being of our people. You are a king of the West, Jason Kuna. I salute you. Scott. And now, ladies and gentlemen, because of this method, because of our love, because of your love, because of what we're doing, Scott is now a king of the West as well. Gotta replenish the throat. The throat is like razor blades. I have somehow, it feels like I have somehow swallowed razor blades with maybe fishing line attached to it so that it gets stuck right there. Oh, can't be stopped though. We got pain meds. We got the will of Prometheus himself. This is actually something really amazing. What Scott wrote, almost I was having to hold back, caused me to have something in my eye. Because this changes everything. When you go free and you're working on those anti-white ideas that are inside of yourself, and you're creating these counter triggers that we teach you how to create with the Go Free method, you are aligning you closer and closer with the spirit of the West, the archetype of Western kind. The closer you get, the greater your access to our innate talents. And once you are able to begin to hear that voice of the West, and it gets stronger and stronger inside of you, we've created there a king, a champion in and of him or herself that can then go on and change the world, that can go out there and recapture our destiny. That is what we need to be doing. We do not need this idea of this leader that automatons invest themselves in. And then they just become these nameless gray matter in the background that then they come shouting up if you have anything, critical to say of their leader. That is a scenario that is set, is ripe for anti-whites to come in and press into service from behind the scene, take the leader or take the handful of leaders and press into service and change the direction. And it would be, depending upon the followers, it could be subtle, it could be a little bit more blatant. If I were something other than what Scott correctly identified, that I have given myself, I made that my mission in my life. That's what I was going to do with my life. If I had not done that, if I were like any of these others out there who want to prop themselves up as big leaders of movements, and they're the personality, they're the intelligence, they're the creativity, etc. If I had done that, then I wouldn't want a bunch of knights of the round table with me. I would want what they wanted and what they get. But that I know from intelligence, from reason and logic, from evidence, is something that is very easy for anti-whites to corrupt. Even if I were pristine my entire life, and I was just this was a total like pyramid thing, and I was at the very top, and we weren't making knights here. We were making people who just scurried around in the night. Then as soon as I were dead, the anti-whites would install someone else that could be corruptible, pressed into service, etc. That is why we make leaders. That is why we make knights. That is why we make champions. That's how you know that we are the movement of love, hope, and redemption that is going to win and has been winning. So God bless everybody there. Let's get into the first item of the day. Did we talk, as I say my hellos to everybody, did we say anything about Giorgia Meloni? Now, do you remember, what were they called? The Brothers of Italy? Is that what they're called? The Fascists? Let's see. What do we have here? What are they called? The Brothers of Italy. That's what they were called. Do you remember that Meloni comes to power, this fascist group, Brothers of Italy, and she went out, she said a bunch of bold things. And what did I say? What did we say here in Service to White Well-Being about this Giorgia Meloni? First of all, it was kind of nauseating, wasn't it? That so many in the white sympathetic sphere, so many of these guys that act like they're so tough, that they're so ready. They have a lot of tough words. I've not seen many of them in person do anything tough, but they've got a lot of tough words. And they're so tough. Immediately, as soon as a woman steps up, they fall at her feet. How pathetic. They are excommunicated from the white race. Any white male that falls at the feet of a female leader is excommunicated. You're not even white. Before, we would say you're a white male. So there are a lot of them, like guys who started off their name like Beer Hall, their monikers, Beer Hall, and all this other kind of stuff. These kind of guys, and different names for different minerals and shit like this in their avatars. These LARPing, just total bitches. These people talk real tough, slander people and then this is what we need. We need this revolution of marching in the streets, and we're gonna take it all back. We're just gonna force our will. Female stands up and they're like, oh my God, yes, she's our leader. So up to that point, we would say that you were a male, definitely not a man, just a male, and maybe also a boy. But now you're excommunicated. Now, if you don't reach back out to me, all of you spineless, dickless weasels out there who attacked me for going hard against Giorgia Meloni and said, white men do not have female leaders. White men say to white women, get behind me. That's what white men say. And white women say, yes, sir. That's how you know that you're dealing with white men and white women. The man is there he's seeing her as property, and therefore he wants to protect. It's his. He wants to protect it. And then she knows that she is cared for as something that means everything in the world to him. And so she says, yes, sir, and steps behind him. White men not even white males, do not get behind the skirts of women and say, go lead us. So there were a bunch of females, especially Nazi LARPing females, that came out slandering the shit out of me. Where are you scum now? Where are you scum now? Oh yeah, you were wrong again. And No White Guilt was right again. I said they were going to capitulate. I said that they were going to be just like every other group in Italy. I said there was going to be government there, no difference over there in Italy, and that these were just words of some woman. It was amazing, and I really got sucked in by, and rightly so, by this disgusting, nauseating spectacle of all of these white males. Oh yeah, listen to this. She's saying such good things. Let me just get behind her. I mean, that's like, tell me that you have micro penis without telling me you have micro penis. I would never have a woman fight for me. That is pathetic. Well, what ended up happening? Did they have a revolution and take over Italy with this fascist leader, Giorgia Meloni? Is that what happened? Where are all the apologies? Oh, there aren't going to be any, because the people who said these things are garbage human beings. That's the problem. Italy's Giorgia Meloni opens door. It's like, you know what it should say? Italy's Giorgia Meloni opens her legs to workers from outside the EU. Prime Minister accused of hypocrisy over plan to fill labor gaps while cracking down on irregular migrants. Does that sound at all like the groups, the political parties, etc., that are just taken for granted as that which pushes back against anti-whiteism, properly called anti-whiteism, in the rest of the Western countries? Does that sound exactly the same? Because if you have a memory that lasts longer than a goldfish, it should, because that is the case everywhere. Every group, it's just like the Republicans. The official pushback is nothing but capitulation. because they're anti-white as well. You know, for one thing, if you're out there and you're touting some sort of ethnic nationalism, some sort of nationalism that restricts in some way participation to the totality of Western kind, you are in antiquity. You are myopic. You are a has-been. You are old equipment that is no longer useful. You are superannuated. For those out there in the Ivy League schools, they probably don't even know that. I've actually read, it was like 10 years ago, I read about all of these kids graduating from these Ivy League colleges, and their vocabulary was garbage compared to like 50 years earlier. No idea what's going on. Folks, I think Italy has something like 60 million people. Somebody can check to make sure I'm right on that. This bitch, this anti-white bitch, has opened the door to 500,000. 500,000 to come into Italy. Italy's right-wing coalition, and remember, since we're outside the anti-white narrative, there is no right or left wing to us. There's just anti-white and white positive. Italy's right-wing coalition plans to sharply increase the number of foreign workers from outside the EU while continuing to crack down on irregular migrants crossing the Mediterranean. So how many times have you heard this? The Conservative Party, the Fascist Party, the whatever, the pushback, the official pushback on anti-whiteism party. They're going to step up. And remember remember Georgia Meloni, and remember, I was like, she didn't say white. Do you all remember that? And Team White Wellbeing was saying it. No one else was saying it. No one else was pointing out how this bitch is only talking about Italians. What does Italian mean, bitch? Explain that to us. What is Italian then? It's like this. You have these, and I mean, I get where folks are coming from. I get where they're coming from. And I get how people, they don't have my IQ. I understand. They don't have the IQ of the people here at Team White Wellbeing. We are on the right side of the bell curve, and we're like looking back at the middle of the bell curve where all the midwits are hanging out. And I understand your confusion. You're like a dementia patient to me. I understand your confusion. I understand why you keep doing dumb things. But listen, you have to give up this idea of ethnic nationalism or regional nationalism, antiquated nationalism. It's got to be all of Western kind or nothing. I see these wonderful people going out in Ireland. I see the wonderful people going out in Wales. I see the wonderful people going out in these different places, and they're trying to object, and they're like, Wales for the Welsh. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are they there saying we got to do away with the Welsh? No. They're there saying we have got to victimize Western kind, in the words the way they want to put it. Of course, in the way they want to put it. You have to identify where we are being attacked. So when Georgia Meloni went out there, just like I said, and all these people, they wrote to me, I love it. I love it when I'm proven right every time. I used to, with folks, especially before the internet, when it was so often, I used to be like, with these folks in person, it wasn't very often that anybody would like say to me, "You're effing wrong. It's not going to work out that way, Jason. It's going to be this way." And then I end up seeing them and it works out the way that I said. That happened very, very rarely. And so in those kinds of circumstances, I used to be, pretty gentle. I used to be really gentle with folks. But especially in the internet over the past 5 years or so, streaming and everything, I've had people come and I'll say, this is going to happen and this is how, and then they'll show up with rank mid-wittery or even midget wittery, and they'll say, no, you're wrong, and therefore you're a Fed, and therefore all of these other things. And then it can be the next week that I'm proven right, or the next month, or 6 months, or 1 year. And none of this trash show up to apologize, to say they were wrong. So I love it. I love coming back later and saying, you are fucking loser. I love that. So everybody else can learn. Hey, you don't want to be a loser? Then don't speak up when you don't have an argument. Slandering us, saying how bad we are. When you don't have an argument, keep your mouth shut. Because we're right again. So do you remember? Do you remember, folks out there? I'm conversations are coming to my mind in live chats, in threads, where we said she's only talking about Italians. What's an Italian? And I said specifically, she has to say the white race. She has to say, if she's smart, she would say West. If she is smart, she would contact a man. And she would say, sir, how should I phrase this? And then I would tell her how to say it. And then she would have power. Then she would have success. But no, I was saying she's got to say white race. She's got to say who we are, not Italian. And she said Italian so she could backtrack. So she could say, well, what is an Italian then? Just like all these laws going across the United States, so all these conservative good people, and they're coming out and they're saying, oh, no, we just got to ban CRT. We just got to ban. No, you have to ban anti-whiteism. You have to ban what they're fucking doing. Because they just rename. And they're, before CRT, they were already teaching anti-whiteism. So, 500,000. No one showing up. It's not totally true. There have been a couple of handfuls of people who have come from the PA and who were part of this of ejecting me and part of slandering me. And they've come to me in private and they said, holy shit, we were wrong. And I guess that's British honor. I guess that's Irish honor. I guess that's Welsh honor. I guess that's, the honor, English honor. I guess that's these people, these few showing up and they're like, we were wrong. You were right. I guess that's the honorable there. There have also been a couple from Scandinavia. Elsewhere, though, not a lot of action. Not a lot of action. Italy's right-wing coalition. They were going to come in there, fascist style, march all over Italy. Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. And remember, she's got a daughter at home and she's got no man, no husband, no father for this. Boy, way to get out ahead of being a dumbass bitch and jumping behind this girl's skirt. Boys. Government this week said it would issue nearly 500,000 work permits to non-EU nationals between this year and 2025, which Rome said was part of its plan to promote legal immigration to fill gaps in the labor market. So it's like the conservative refrain, not given by conservative people, but by their leadership in the United States and Canada and elsewhere. It's the same thing. We just want to stop the illegal immigration. Giorgia Meloni. We just want to stop the illegal immigration, which, by the way, that'll be the rhetoric, but it never ends. The illegal immigration continues, doesn't it? It will continue into our once great country of Italy. And then they say, but we want to throw our legs wide open for the non-white masses of planet Earth to come in, so there won't be any Italy anymore. We just want to move wholesale all of Iran into Italy. So that'll be it. It'll be done. And we can now call it Little Iran. That's what we'll do every time. Now, by the way, do you actually need this labor? Do you actually need? No. We could have a fraction of the population, and that's what we should have. We should have a fraction of the population, for example, in the United States, and have masses of lands that are returned to the wild, where we live in harmony with nature instead of paving everything over from that horizon to that horizon. You don't need that to be successful and happy. You don't need a massive, endlessly expanding population. The anti-white elites across Western civilization, they knew 100 years ago that you were not going to need physical and even mental labor. They knew that technology was going to be able to do all of this in the future, all of it. They brought these people in to white erase you, to white erase your norms, to white erase your customs. That's why they keep bringing them in. Labor my ass. Absolutely my ass. I'm going to tell you what, right now, and you go ahead and challenge me, anybody out there brave enough, for as often as I get it right. This is kind of like a gunfight. Am I going to have to get a black cowboy hat? It's kind of like a gunfight. It's like, you know, I used to, back in the day, some of these groups I used to help out with and participated in, we used to rock. We used to do some amazing things. I used to go out leafleting. I did stunts in the past. I did stunts that totally manipulated mainstream media. And I was a pipsqueak nothing. I would talk to people, and, you know, they used to call me these nicknames like Doc for Doc Holliday. This is kind of like a gunfight. And I just keep winning gunfight after gunfight. So anybody brave enough out there to step up, want to say it's going to happen differently than I'm pointing out that it is? You dare want to try? Put your name on the record so we can mock the shit out of you when it turns out differently. This is exactly what happens every single time. Exactly what happens every single time. The announcement followed repeated complaints from employers in various industries, including construction and tourism. Okay. I promise, I guarantee that if we had a civilization, we took away labor as an option for home construction, that better homes would be built and machines would do a massive part of it. Guaranteed. The reason why, and a lot of folks, a lot of libertarians, for example, understand that if you give an employer the option of near slave labor, he or she will never invest in R&D. They will never try to find a way to automate. They will never try to find a way or to buy the equipment that already can do what's available. Why is that? Because not only are you providing labor at slave wages, but then you are offsetting the extra costs of what you would have to pay by putting the burden on the taxpayer through welfare nets and etc. So, of course, in Italy and elsewhere, the employers are like, wait a second, I've got this. I've built my entire business around hiring cheap labor that I don't pay them for their healthcare needs. I don't pay them for their food requirements. I don't pay them for the taxes that they would have to pay for schooling. I don't pay them for the taxes they would have to pay for the roads and et cetera, waterworks, et cetera, where they live. I don't pay them any of that shit. I could pay them this pittance because I know that the government is going to pick up all of that for them. So I need labor. Those employers should be given the bird. That's what should happen. We need a massive reorientation across the West. Economy does not need to endlessly expand. This is a lie that is perpetuated and promulgated across the West. And why is it? So that anti-whites can sell selfish individualists on business models, on business plans, on investment vehicles. Care to say I'm wrong? Because you're going to look mighty dumb if you do. Roy Herbert is with us today. So, this is what Georgia Meloni. Don't feel bad, folks. If you got up a little bit of hope in yourself, if you developed a little bit of hope when Georgia Meloni came out there and she was like, all these damn immigrants, what about our Italian babies? What about our Italian? And you read into her what you would mean for those words. You built up a little bit of hope inside, a little bit of like a little baby hope. I want you now to go get a metaphorical baseball bat, and I want you to bludgeon that hope into oblivion. I want you to find it inside of yourself, and I want you to beat it bloody as hell, because there was never a chance. And you need to get rid of childlike thinking inside of yourself, not hope itself. Childlike thinking. You invest hope in what we're doing because it keeps turning out successful results. You do not look to establishment politics and hear somebody saying something like this and think it's going to go anywhere. This is just the salesman on the late night infomercial. It'll grow your hair back. It'll make your tits bigger. It'll went up, whatever. It'll make your unit grow. It'll make your car faster. It'll make whatever. It's garbage. Georgia Meloni. Georgia Meloni. How pathetic. All right. Let me see what you all have to say about that. We'll get into the very next story, which is, of course, in New York City. New York City? What was that a commercial for? Was that hot sauce? Some type of hot sauce. They would all say, New York City? Garbage, I tell you. Are there any places in New York City left that are white at all? Western? I mean, it's like they've taken like the flesh of Western civilization. They have cut it off of Western kind, Western civilization, and then they've wrapped it around this nasty capitalist salesmanship and fanfare. And that's like the only West that you can find left in New York City. All right. I'll see what you all are saying and doing on these different platforms. And then we'll get into this next story. Gunman riding scooter in Queens kills one person and injures three. Did you even hear about this? No, you didn't. Because why? It's a hush crime. We are teaching you. I am teaching you. I want you to listen closely. You are going to call this. I'm going to get up close to you. I'm going to get up real close. I'm going to just whisper this to you. You're going to call this a hush crime. And you're going to tell it to all your friends, family, and strangers. You're going to say, hey, did you hear about the gunman riding around New York City gunning down people? It's a hush crime. And they're going to say, hush crime, what's that? And then you get a chance to tell them. And you get a chance to tell them why hush crimes exist. Isn't that wonderful? We teach you here. You're welcome. Over here on Entropy, I want you to get out your Raucous emojis, some 07s for TJ. Get them out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get out some 07s for TJ. Rocking it. $20 financial gift. That's the bar that he hits for us. Celebrate the financial gift. Throwing it out to you, TJ, a true champion. $20 financial gift for what? Well-being. And he writes, time to go free for white well-being all over the world. TJ is so right. God bless you, man. Great to see you over here. I guess Entropy is working at the moment. I can check the backside of it to see if anybody else has financially gifted over there. And Rachel said, if you're having problems financially gifting on Entropy, send them a message on their Discord server, and they will address it. And if somebody has the Entropy Discord server link or whatever to address this problem if they could provide that, or maybe you just need a name and then that beginning of the URL for Discord. But big thank you to TJ. He's able to get through like the Kool-Aid guy in the commercial. Big salutes, TJ. God bless you, brother. Looking over here on D Live, and it looks blank for financial gifts, but we got some stickers over there. Hello to folks over here on Odyssey. And no financial gifts over there. And some folks over there who are LARPing. J Spurgs. The J Spurgs. And we're going to actually talk about J Spurgery in a moment, because we have my response to a guy who was respectful. He follows Fuentes and yours truly. We're going to speak to his question that he had. I didn't get a chance to put my final response on the thread to him. So when I realized that today, because I've been sick and I had Dr. Swain, I pulled that off pretty good. Didn't I look quite healthy while I was with the great doctor? I look totally healthy and handsome and just ready to go, as I always am. You would be surprised. Well, no, actually, you probably wouldn't. I can be almost literally at death's door and perform like like your dreams. Let me check out Cash App. Oh, the good stuff. I need coffee. Ulrach is with us. Great to see you. Ortiz is here. Great to see you. No, not Nick Fuentes, a follower of Fuentes, a guy who says he's a follower of Fuentes and of me, and he feels like he's caught in between the two of us. And I sympathize with that. Over the years, I've listened to, I feel like, tens of thousands of hours of videos and podcasts and the like. And I've been kind of in between different content creators, in my opinion. So I get it. His name is Normie Evangelist, and he was pretty respectful. So I will be respectful back, and we'll be getting to that in a little bit. It's relevant because I feel like there are probably, he's not the first person to say that he feels like he's like stuck between content creators. So I feel like it would be worth speaking to for the reasons that he articulated there. All right. What do we have here over on Cash App? We have, whoa. Stiff salutes, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see starch on that bitch. I want to see some starch on that bitch. 007s, raucous emojis, throw some gems at his feet, some crowns for his head. You have no idea how much that would hurt if I hadn't gargled with that stuff. Probably a poisonous dose of it. But that's okay, because we're giving it up for Promethean Healing, who just financially gifted, ladies and gentlemen, a princely 200 white well-being dollars, every single one of them, pushing the star in the west into the sky beyond those Rocky Mountains. We recapturing our destiny. God bless you, man. God bless you. We love you. Big salutes for you. I will hold up even the Black Eindelen for you, my friend. There you go. $200 financial gift. The Black Eindelen flies in the sky like the Northern Star. The Black Eindelen, you have to have a keen eye to see it, my friends. A keen eye. And there is the great Franklin with the eagles, the bald eagle. God bless you, brother. Trigger warning is here. Big salute. My salute's going to everybody who's celebrating. If you do nothing else, get in there with raucous emojis. Get in there with some applause. Get in there when people do something good. If you do nothing else during these gatherings while we are alive. Celebrate those who are doing something. Big celebration for Promethean healing. It means the world because we are those who lift each other. No one else will. No one's lifting the anti-whites up at the Globe and the Oscars and all of this kind of. They're grabbing each other's asses because that's what they do, and they lift them up in the air. So we have to do that for each other. I celebrate all of these people, and I tell you, in person, if I can pick them up and get help to pick them up, put them on the shoulder, I will literally do that. God bless. Promethean healing, 200 white well-being dollars. Heroics here on view, ladies and gentlemen. Promethean healing, doing some healing. The doctor's in the house. Snap. The doctor's in the house. Come to remedy the ails of all that harms white well-being across the West. And you know, folks, as we reclaim our destiny more and more, we're doing it. You're doing it in your life. You're doing it with your families. You're doing it with your coworkers. You hear the testimonials here all week long. You see them in the live chats. You see them in the threads. You see them on the tweets. You see them on the gabs. You see that success, ladies and gentlemen. You know that you can do it too. You can rise to that level. You can be a great healer of the West. And as we recapture our destiny, ladies and gentlemen, the more we do so, the better the West gets for everyone living here. Everyone. You just ask anybody out there who says supposedly they want to do this or that. They care about the white race. And you say, is the end of our victimization enough for you? Because if it's not enough for them, then it's not at all for them. They have a different objective entirely. We seek to put an end to the victimization of Western kind and thereby benefit everyone across the West. God bless you, Promethean healing, and everyone out there who celebrates him. We have the great Yiz, the unifier, has shown up, unifying, throwing lightning. Over there she is. $5 financial gift. Yes, the unifier, making magic as she does all week, every week. We're going to have her on this week, I think. $5 financial gift. She writes weekly folk tithe. Entropy still not working for me. Dear sister, perhaps you just heard my admonition that Rachel told me. Reach out to her on their Discord and she will correct things for you. She said they're getting rid of all of the widgets, but all of the other widgets, but they're going to keep the site up, keeping free speech alive. God bless you, sister, for that. Crowns and gems. Some more crowns. We already put crowns. We already dropped crowns from the sky on Promethean healing, and we threw gems on the ground for his feet. Keep them coming. Crowns and gems, ladies and gentlemen. White well-being. WWB. Let's get some WWB and some exclamation marks in the chat for first, last. Coming in, ladies and gentlemen, right here at the beginning of this gathering. Isn't it glorious? It's epic. If I start spitting a little bit of blood, it's okay. I'll get through it. I'll live. It's only flesh. It'll be fine. First, last, $100 financial gift over here. God bless you, dear brother. God bless you. And for anybody and everybody out there, folks, who say, oh, well, Jason's celebrating. He only celebrates the people who finance. Of course, I celebrate the people who finance together doing something. But we also celebrate people who post leaflets, who get on, who make memes, we do that all the time. First, last, we also celebrate for helping to contribute to the different ideas that we end up running through the scientific method that end up making their way or not making their way into the lexicon of the Go Free method, ladies and gentlemen. Doom Document or Doom Dissector, both, for example, from First Last. It ended up being beautiful. God bless you, brother. He's here in ways. He's here in mind. He's here in dollar. He's here in spirit. The spirit of the West speaking through him. God bless you. And then we have, whoa, ladies and gentlemen, whoa, as the cowboy says, as he's galloping down the plains, pulling in those steers. Did you see that video of the cowboys lassoing the runaway cattle that had gotten into the swimming pool? It was a strange video. It was a normal suburban neighborhood until a cow came in, chased by dogs. chased by some dogs that were biting its ankles. And the cow said, I'm jumping in the pool. All I wanted was to have a splash in the pool, get away from the herd for a little while, relax at this quiet swimming pool. Look at, there's an umbrella, and maybe there's a martini over there for the cow. And the cow jumped in, and one of the dogs decided to have a swim too. And then the cowboys rode in over the fence, through the woods, by grandmother's house, and they lassoed the cow and pulled it out of the pool. You never seen such a thing. Whoa for Null, who has shown up, ladies and gentlemen, the great champion, makes music, makes computer software, makes websites, makes on and on, the guy. Absolute, brilliant, unstoppable force of nature, not only on planet Earth, but several other like-sized planets in the solar system. First, last, with For Null here. For Null financially gifting 50 white well-being dollars. And he writes with those $50, the great For Null gift for being an unstoppable champion for white well-being. God bless you, For Null. Thank you so very much. For Null is like the winds on Titan. For Null is like the volcano on Mars. God bless you. Nothing but the champions have shown up today, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting beginning. Can you believe it? Promethean healing, 200. For no 50. First, last 100. Mighty financial gifts right at the beginning. God bless you, gentlemen. God bless you all. Let's bring up the story. And we'll keep rolling, and we'll take another look at your comments, your financial gifts. We will celebrate you. We will celebrate. And we go here. And we go there. We go here. And we pull up. No, we don't pull up. Yes, we do this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there we are. Interesting, very interesting about this article. We have to translate. And we saw Mark Dice translate, didn't we? We have to translate what's going on when the anti-whites do anything. Rapunzel brought this to my attention. And as she read, I said, the gunman is non-white. The victims are white. How do we know this? How are we always right when it comes to this? Well, you can tell by the title. Gunman riding scooter in Queens kills one person, injures 3 others in back-to-back random shootings, New York police say. Who wrote this? I can't even see, it's so small. Nick, N-I-C. Does anybody here spell their name? If you're Nick, or you named your child Nick, did you decide to spell it N-I-C? Did anybody do that? Speak up, because I'll decide whether or not I should insult those people. I'll decide whether or not I should insult the hell out of you. I have no idea where I'm getting this energy of the spirit of the West coming through me. I am sick as a mother, and I've had no energy. This is the kind of like when you wake up and you like climb out of your bed and you walk to the bathroom and you're like, I need like 8 more hours of sleep for that. That passage from here to the bed. We got to pull in the energy. Energy. Take it in from somewhere else. If this were white, if the gunman were white, it would say white murderer, white gunman, white assassin. It would say something like that. It would give you the race. White man murdered not non-white, or would say whatever particular non-white race. It would be like white man murdered black man, or white guy murdered black man. That's how they would do it. Or it would say white male. That's what it would say. White male murdered black man in terroristic attack in New York City. And it would be on every channel. And it would be, and why am I saying that here? I've said it 10,000 times, 100,000 times. I'm saying it because this is for you to be able to take to your friends, family, and strangers, and you can modulate, right? You got somebody who's close, vague, they're listening, you tone it down a little bit, right? You remember like the old speakers, you got like the dial, you go like, bring it down. I'm going to talk to you friendly style. I'm going to talk to you friendly style. Or, you crank that bitch up because it's an anti-white scum and you want to wipe them out, blow their eardrums out, whatever it is. So you would say, that's not your point. Remember, elsewhere, that's the point. A entertaining content creator, that's a doom documenting, doom dissecting. The point that they're going to make is that there's a double standard. That's not a point. That's not what we do here. That is a fulcrum to make a point, to do something. That is a catalyst to do something. That's why we do things here. That's why the audience is smaller here than elsewhere, where they're just recreators. They're just showing up to have fun and bitching and complaining. So you'll say, if this were a white guy, it would be on every channel and every paper, and they'd be already swinging into action, making TV movies, maybe silver screen movie, who knows? They would be showing you the images, the worst looking images of the white male, and they would be showing the best looking images of the non-white victims. They're not doing that. They're not showing you the murderer, the terrorist. This is an anti-white terrorist. Let's continue pushing anti-white terrorist. We own that. We push it. We own it. We want others using it everywhere. When these things happen, it's anti-white terrorism. This guy was an anti-white terrorist. The fact that he's black is only relevant insofar as like the police details. For us, we don't have to say he's black. That's irrelevant. If you need to be clearer, you say non-white. If somebody's like, really? Well, because for us, all that matters is that there's an anti-white terrorist, their race doesn't matter, that's murdering our people. That's what matters. Because we love and care about our people. We are focused on our people. We are not focused on hating other groups. So these selfish individualists that are focused on hating other groups, they'll be talking about the race of this guy. And then as a consequence, they're going to fall on their face in more than half a dozen ways that I've explained to them many times and they just don't get. Because of the rank midwittery, because of the selfish individualism. So here, we're focused on our people who have been victimized. So, doesn't tell you the race of the murderer, doesn't tell you the races of the victims. Now, that can mean that they're all white, or that the majority are white, or perceived to be white. Like you could have somebody walking down the road who is an Asian person, or even a light-skinned Middle Eastern person, or that could be perceived to be white by an anti-white terrorist, and they would kill them if that's what they were trying to do. Okay? So if it's people who could be perceived, and in their photo, like the photo that the media could show the people would look at it and say, well, that could have been thought to be a white guy or a white woman, even though at closer inspection and by looking at the person's name, it's actually maybe somebody who's not white. All right? So we know just by looking at this that the murderer, we're calling him a terrorist, but just as far as their title goes, is non-white, and that the victims are either all white or majority white or perceived to be white. And so they don't want to talk about any of them as a consequence. And then it says here, random shootings, stressing the idea that there was no anti-white intent, which of course, why would they go out of their way? They're going out of their way to stress that there's no anti-white intent here. It's like, no, you can't have the manifestos of these anti-whites that go and gun people down. You can't have their manifestos until we can find a way to doctor them. Because if you have their manifesto, you'll see that they are motivated by a desire to white erase. And where does the desire to white erase come from? It comes from anti-whiteism. It makes it too easy for the vagues out there to put two and two together. When they see, oh, the anti-white terrorists said they hate Western civilization, they all of these different things. They don't even, if they say they hate all the products of the white race and everything that we need for our well-being and to survive, that means they hate you. They want you gone. Vagues would be able to put two and two together. So they want to stress the randomness about this. They wouldn't be doing this if the races were reversed. It would be cold, cunning, calculating. It would fit the anti-white narrative villain, the antagonist in that story. And then as a consequence, you would have the explicit white sympathetic sphere defending the murderer and identifying with the murderer, as they've done, because they're so easily led around by the nose. Can't be led around by the dork because it's micro. So what do we used to say that? They're midget sticks. That's what they were, because they're midget sticks. So they're led around by the nose like cattle. You put the ring in the nose, and that's how you lead them around. So let's keep rolling. One person died, and 3 others were wounded Saturday in a string of shootings in Brooklyn and Queens that New York police described as random in nature. You know what? Normal people, ordinary white people, what we call vagues. Vague, meaning that their position, as we look out at them, is vague to us. We don't know exactly what their socio-political positions are. We know what they will probably villainy signal to us. But also their positions are kind of vague to many of them. They don't have like hard and fast rules for most things. So all these hundreds of millions of white people across the West, they will never be able to condemn all of the media as Jewish. Never. They will, however, be able to see and condemn all of the media as anti-white. You can't see, when you look at news, the shareholders and etc. behind the scenes, and the CEOs and whatever else behind the scenes. And when you go digging, you'll find people of various races, and that will be enough for an average white person to ignore any claim in opposition, even if this other group has, there's more of one group than another group or than the other groups. They'll be able to ignore that because they'll say, well, look at these others. But what they can all see is the anti-whiteism on every page and in every talking head. They can see and hear the anti-whiteism. Get smart, or you're not going to make it through the bottleneck. A gunman riding an anti-white terrorist riding an illegal scooter without a license plate opened fire at 5 different locations in a neighborhood in Queensboro, and in Brooklyn, according to the New York Police Department. So there's video of this. I put the picture up as the thumbnail. And you can see this anti-white terrorist riding through the streets. What motivated him? Anti-whiteism. Not just, oh, he's just crazy. Was he barking at trees or whatever? No. No other group out there is going to say, oh, the people that came and murdered us, they're just crazy. So don't be the exception. This was a cold, calculating, anti-white terroristic attack. And it is being white erased from the news. It's a hush crime because it contradicts the anti-white narrative, wherein non-white people are always good. Anti-whites are always the good guys. And white people who are not anti-white enough are always the bad guys and should always be seen in the light of a villain, never as a victim. 25-year-old man was taken into custody and found with a 9mm pistol with an extended magazine, police said during a news conference Saturday afternoon. So in my opinion, this anti-white garbage terrorist decided, as a consequence of being anti-white and hearing this anti-whiteism from the news and entertainment media endlessly about how the white race is harming everybody, how the white race is stealing from everybody, how the white race. And so you can, for example, you say, well, how does this intersect with my life? Do you have a child in school? Does the child have a teacher telling your child that the white race victimizes all the other races, exploits the other races? Because you could go to that teacher and say, shut your mouth, because you have blood on your hands. It is people like you, anti-whites like you, that cause anti-white terrorist attacks like this. You are making in your classroom anti-white terrorists with these lessons. If we have arguments like that, we will win in the court of public opinion. We will win in the courtroom. We will win at the dinner table. We will win at the lathe. We will win at the water cooler. We will win. We will recapture our destiny. Do you see how you can take these arguments and fit them into every aspect of your life? You got somebody, you work at the top of some tower for some financial institution. You can hit them with that argument. Next time Bill says, well, we should discriminate against some more white people and thereby hire some non-white people because the white race and then all of these negative things, and you can jump right in and you can say, you miserable turd, Bill, you are the reason. Those ideas, that is disgusting. You are a revolting human being. Stop dehumanizing and demonizing the white race, because when you do, anti-white monsters ride down the street and murder people with families, with loved ones, with people who depend on them, with lives they would have built. Quote, we don't know the motive. It seems that this is actually random. It seems that it's random. It's like in our once great country of South Africa, where it's all random. We don't know the motive. We don't know why all these anti-whites keep going out and just ritualistically gang raping, torturing, and murdering the exact same kind of a way. It's just totally random. Oh, it was a pickpocketing gone wrong. These are anti-whites. Don't be like these conservative content creators and debate their excuses. You know what's actually motivating them, and it's not what they're saying. The hallmark of the conservative content creator is to say, oh, well, they're saying this was just a pickpocketing gone wrong, and over here, when it was the other way around, they said it was premeditated. What hypocrisy! These liberals are crazy. No, you are stupid. That's the problem. We don't know the motive. It seems it's actually random, said Joseph Kinney, the assistant chief in the New York Police Department. Do I have to put like marbles in my mouth? Oh, we don't know. We don't know the motive. It seems it was actually random. It was just random. It was random. The assistant chief in the New York PD Detective Bureau. At this time, a video shows that he's not targeting anybody. I saw the video. He was aiming at the people. So this is blatant deception. What he wants to say, what he wants to argue, is one of these like weaselly lawyer type of arguments of, well, he was aiming at them, but he didn't have anything in particular against them. Really? Because if it were reversed, you would know for sure what was in his head. If that was a white guy on a scooter, you would know exactly what he was thinking. Not following anybody, and he's driving on his scooter, he's randomly shooting people. No, randomly shooting people would just be like, woohoo! Just like driving a scooter and just like going like this. That's randomly shooting people. Give me a break. But this is the authority. This is law enforcement. Police said all 4 victims were men. Oh, they're men, are they? Interesting how you didn't give us the race. Just men. Were they white men? Is that the problem? Or majority white men? Or perceived to be white men? Is that the problem there, media? Is that the problem, you anti-white piece of shit? The 5 shootings unfolded over about half an hour and began around 11 a.m. in Brooklyn. Kinney said at the news conference, a 21-year-old man was shot once in the left shoulder, he said. All right. What would happen to this anti-white terrorist if he were somewhere where everybody was armed? Any idea? He'd be doing his impression of Swiss cheese. But in New York, no. Nobody armed. They just get to watch. He was transported to a hospital and is expected to survive. Authorities found a 9mm shell casing at the scene, Kinney said. After the first shooting, detectives accessed video that showed the suspect approaching the victim from behind on a scooter and firing one shot, police said. 70 minutes later, police say the same suspect fired a gun at an 87-year-old man in Queens. That was truly, they're all monstrous. He's got to be the one that died. He died, taken to the hospital. No shit. Because he shot through the chest, he shot in the back, but it came out the front. Just so you know, I mean, these are lives lost. And there's nothing pretty about it. It's not a movie. The old man was spraying blood and like walking circles with the pain, trying to reach around to his back where the bullet had entered. Not even noticing the blood spraying out of the front. Until he lost enough blood that he went down to his knees and then fell onto his back. So all those moments of terror, we're not going to be given that again and again and again by the media for us to sympathize with the victims of anti-white terrorism. Make sure you drive that point home to your audience. Again, you could throttle up, throttle down, depending on who you're talking to. But make sure you drive that point home. When officers arrived, they learned of another shooting incident in which no one was struck by gunfire, but numerous witnesses reported seeing a man riding a scooter randomly firing at a group of people. A 4th shooting happened when a 44-year-old man was shot in the face. The man was hospitalized and is in critical condition. Police said the gunman used the same weapon. The suspect had a prior arrest So should not have had a firearm. So it was an illegal firearm. But anti-whites, of course, will be swift to move to try to take away what? Your right to self-defense. NYPD acting commissioner Edward, probably Caban, said officers were able to find and arrest the suspect by quickly distributing an image of him. Find and arrest? Why didn't they shoot his ass dead? Oh, because they'd probably lose their job for harming one of the angelized people. Authorities say they have not found a serial number on the gun. So obviously, it is an illegal weapon, as I said. And extended magazines also illegal in New York. And they're saying, it's part of just this pandemic of expanding crime in New York. Yeah. And why is the pandemic happening? It's not because of leftist policies. It's not because liberals are soft on crime. It's not because of a revolving door justice system. I've heard all this shit over the years. It doesn't do you any good to say all that. It's because Western law and order has been white erased from New York. Every day there's less of it there. Every day it is further white erased. That's why. That is how you have to talk about it if you want to survive, for God's sake. You cannot continue this way. Does anybody have any information for me on this that they can fill me in that I don't know? Let me hear it. Let me hear your info. I'm going to take a look at your comments, and then we're going to get into this follower of Fuentes and mine. And my response, we'll talk about that a little bit. And we got your calls, questions, comments, and the rest of the gathering today. It's going to be glorious, as it always is, ladies and gentlemen. Who's here today? Robert is here. Maximo is here. How many rounds would you put into this guy? Don't actually answer that in the live chat. Just generally, you know, how many rounds? Maximo. It's a rhetorical question. How many flowers? How many? Magamandy is here. Great to see you, sister. Peter Sun is here. Great to see you, brother. Elaine Zabatino and LG, two wonderful sisters, and three wonderful sisters. Coconut is here as well. Great to see you. And Ivan the Harbor is here. Ivan, hello, Ivan. Ivan has arrived. Ivan. And we say that we say hello to Summer Lee. Hello, sister, and welcome. Great to see you. Who else is here? Robert expressing a sentiment that is useless to express. That's nothing against you. You have content creators hammering you over the head all the time. Thinkers hammering you. Well, this is what it's got to be. This is the way it's got to be. It's the only thing that makes sense. So I'll speak to that briefly. And that is this claim that there needs to be segregation, that there needs to be this ethno state or many ethno states of segregation or of apartheid. This is, unfortunately, something that's been communicated to you by the midget and midwittery content creators, organization leaders. This is and everybody pay close attention to this, because this is one of the things that drives me nuts is when these midwits, content creators and the like, they mislead. They're misleaders. They mislead their flocks, their audience, because they take a corrective that works in one environment, and because they're midwits, they can't see that the corrective doesn't work in another environment. And so they just try to apply the corrective over there. This is what we need. Oh, that's just all there is to it. And if you say anything else, well, then you're not expressing the thing that needs to be done. Except that is not what needs to be done, because that can't be done. We here are adults, and we are well to the right of the mean on the bell curve. And therefore, we have constructed actual remedies for the dynamism of human society. So, to say we need segregation, except unless you're saying it like just like a throwaway comment, like we need to control the banks, then things would be better if we controlled the banks. We need segregation. We need stiffer laws. We need a Georgia Meloni in the White House. We need, saying these kinds of things just like as throwaways. That's one thing. I get it. But on the other hand, when somebody says, no, that's not possible, you need to be willing to say, yeah, you're actually right. Just having a wish is not a plan. Having a corrective that is inappropriate is not a corrective. Does that make sense? We'll talk about that a little bit in a moment with Normie Evangelist's comments. There isn't going to be any segregation, so get over it. I've had people try to tell me, smart folks too, Jason, don't tell the midwits that. They don't understand. I don't care. The midwits are going to have to come to grips with the fact that they can do their trade or their hobby or whatever it is brilliantly, probably infinitely better than I ever could. But not this. They need to understand, they need to surrender their authority or take it away from these midwit content creators or content creators out there who are just trying to aggrandize themselves and make wealth. And they need to give it to somebody, just specifically the team white well-being, the people who are having the successes. You're not going to, Jason, don't tell them they're not going to have their segregation and their apartheid. Don't tell them that. They don't understand. Well, you can't lead them to productive practice in their lives if you allow them to continue with this idiotic notion. There isn't going to be any segregation. There isn't going to be any partitioning of Western countries. And why would you even want that? It's not going to happen. There are things we do now that are succeeding, changing our lives, and changing society. What we need to do is end our victimization. We do that with a moral imperative that circumvents and defeats the anti-white moral imperative. That's what needs to be done. When you go and you tell people, furthermore, when you go and you tell people that, well, what we need is segregation, you are immediately invoking in their minds everything they've learned about segregation. Is any of that good? Do you want them thinking about non-white people being abused when they look at you? Does that sound smart? Do you want them thinking about non-white people being genocided and raped and all of these things that have happened in fiction, in media that they've seen, and therefore subconscious minds believe that they were present for in the real world? Do you want them looking at you and thinking that? Not only are you nowhere close to ever just like, well, we're here today, tomorrow, segregation, and it'll be better. No. Not only is that not a possibility, but now you're getting them, your audience, to look at you and see the devil. Not a devil that they're afraid of, a devil that they can kill and they want imprisoned. So you're not invoking fear in them. You're not terrorizing them. They're not seeing you as powerful. They're seeing you as someone who needs to be incarcerated. They're seeing you as somebody who needs to be kicked out of society, ostracized, fired from your job. We can't keep up with this. Well, then I don't like them anyhow. I'll just be on the outside, because then you are on the outside. Society marches on and you just, hey, damn society out there, and you do nothing. You accomplish nothing. We build champions here, as we saw from what I shared. Thank you. Now, if it's just one of those, we need this or whatever, then that's something different. I understand where you're coming from. It's just like the fed up sentiment. I get it. If that's what it is, that's probably what it is. All right. Who else do we have here? Moose is here. Great to see you. Moose, somebody who got a promotion, right? By going free, as a consequence of going free. God bless you. Lewis is here. Luis Fernal is still with us. The settings, I guess, a question about like the settings, what's being permitted, not permitted. Racial epithets are blocked. So if you're having a problem with racial epithets, then it's me. If it's something else, then it's YouTube. Ortiz asked, do I know Karlin Borshenko? I don't know her personally, but we've had static back and forth. And she did a wonderful thing years ago when she got fed up with seeing anti-white showing up everywhere. So she did some deep research, and then she hired a researcher, a detective, and she found who was doing it. She found the community, us. All right. St. Thomas is here. Wonderful to see you. Looks like I don't have any other info. Alex is here. Great to see you, brother. Clutch is here. Says, hi, Jason. Well, hello to you. Just for Fun is here. Samuski says, I always ask segregationists and those who wish to, quote, send them back, just how do they plan to do that without violence? What if no one wants to comply? What then? They can't answer. Brother, that's exactly, over the years, I've always said, and this is why I've told you all, it's the, I would call it the God of the gaps. I would also call it Deus ex machina, because they don't have an answer for how you get from here to there. Latin Deus ex machina, for God from a machine. And in the plays, what they would do is they would have the story come to this impossible imbroglio where the protagonist couldn't win out, the good guys couldn't win, the story couldn't get resolved, and the playwrights would have a God appear to right things, to right the wrongs that humanity couldn't fix. And so what they would do at that time is they had a mechanical system where they would turn it, and a God would come out, a person on a rope, and then it would be lower. The person would be lowered as though it was a God descending. And so you have the machine and God out of a machine, Deus ex machina. And that's essentially these arguments, and that's what we're going to be getting into in one moment, that these folks, they always require Deus ex machina or God of the gaps. We don't know what happens there, but then something will happen, and then we'll be across to the other side. Well, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. But that's what they always say. Oh, we need segregate. I've said it to him too. Okay, just tell me how you get there. How do you get from here to segregation? Well, they can't. They don't have an answer. Okay, so now that you're done either blowing off steam or being a child, let's get to work. And stop hating on people who are of another race, but are not bad people, and who don't want to white erase Western civilization. I mean, what the hell? I would, and sane people, obviously, would much rather have people who of all races together opposing anti-whiteism than have a group of white people where half of them are anti-white. Who would want that? I can't stand it. First Last over here, trying on one of his new terms. He says the term for misapplying historical examples is lawnmower helicopters. And brother, you can provide folks the rest of like the reasoning for that if you'd like in the live chat now. Golden Honeybee is here. Great to see you. Promethean Kitchen, where the tastiest things ever come out of, says, I was wondering, do you know what happened to Mr. V? I do, and he's coming back. He's life, my friends, life, and taking care of life. So he is still a fanatical go free method operator, tactician leader. No worries whatsoever there, my friend. But you just keep your eyes and ears peeled, and you will see the triumphant return of Mr. V. Ursa Major, hello. All right, what is this? What is that? Is that Mimir? What is that? All right. All right, we'll go ahead and we'll tackle this. Let me take a look at the financial gifts, and we will jump on this. We have $15 over here on Entropy. Thank you so much to Infame Knowing. Thank you. 15 white well-being dollars. Knowing says, Jason, you are a light in the darkness on the path to white well-being. God bless you, sir. Well, God bless you. Thank you so very much. $15 financial gift and a glorious testimonial there saying that I am a light. And that means everybody who's on Team White Wellbeing, pushing the Go Free method, living the Go Free method. We are a light onto the world that guides people's footsteps from the ignorance, the paucity of knowing to understanding and to glory. That's what we do. God bless you. Infame. Clutch also over here. Get out your raucous emojis. 07s. 07s, please. Celebrating Clutch for a financial gift of $25 US. $25. Thank you so much, brother. He says with those 25 white well-being, wonderful, saved little bitty white baby dollars. Saved little bitty white baby dollars. He says here, I am also one of those Westmen that is torn between content creators. I also reluctantly watch Fuentes and even Enoch, which is the person that we have referred to as Penovich. He goes on here. So I'm interested in what you have to say about us. Well, it's depending on if your opinions are like normie evangelist, I will be speaking directly to them, which might be. I think so. So hold tight, and we'll be speaking to those. in a moment, my friend. But God bless you. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the financial gift. And in fame as well for those wonderful words. Jason, you are a light in the darkness on the path to white well-being. God bless you, sir. God bless you as well, brother. Thank you for that. We have, looks like we're blank on the live. Red dog over there saying, and now I guess for the Italians, they'll all be eating macaroni, or the incoming Italians, the paper Italians. Over here on Odyssey, we have somebody using a racial epithet because they are no more than a shadow of another people out there in the world. When you don't have a people of your own, you become a shadow of another group. And that's what's happened here. Poor soul, nothing more than a shadow, follows around another group of people. That's something I would never do. That's something that champs would never do. Let me swivel around here. And we're going, let's do this. Let's listen so I can go gargle some numbing mouthwash. We're going to listen to a tiny bit of the great FourCornersG.F.C. And then we will be right back with this letter for those who are kind of stuck between content creators. And what do they do? Maybe some advice there as well. But don't go anywhere, because it's only going to be a moment.
They come
So is the mic working or not? I guess we'll find out. You all will tell me. That took a little bit longer than I anticipated, but it was okay. And I was only half right. I think I was half right. That, of course, was the great Jared George. But I believe Fornull, if he's still with us, Fornull, did you work on some of that song with Jared George? All right. So I was half right. Fornull assisted with the creation of that glorious song, and that was, of course, the great Jared George. Let's take a look at this. And you see we have a Ortiz with us who is threatening to tell the Fuentes community about me addressing the comment from a person who has said that he is a follower of both Fuentes and yours truly, and this is mostly about trying to preserve my voice, folks, trying to preserve it, mostly about, I think, about folks who end up in between. Carpenter says, no, she said she could get you in touch with Fuentes, right? Who said that? Who said it could get me in? No, Fuentes isn't gonna want to talk to me. I mean, he has a much larger audience and in a very different sort of environment now. I mean, I saw pictures of him with a bunch of black females. Because apparently, like, he went on some black owned, ran, whatever podcast. The Great Reptile is here, and so is Montana Kid Champions. I love it. I could tell the earth shook under my feet. Bird song broke out into the heavens. Carpenter says black females. Yeah, it was I don't know if it's true, if it's real. Does anybody follow him? I mean, I guess the pictures, they could be faked. But it was like a bunch of black females all around him. And I was like, wow, that's very different from the pre-Patriots Day Fuentes that I recalled. But Franklin says he was invited on a podcast. Princess is here. Hello, sister, and welcome. White Wolf is with us. Alex says that Nick is 100% ineffective and a clown. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, if those pictures are true, the big interest, what I would bet at least, is that in every sentence they say, it's right behind it, the sub sentence, like the unspoken sentence, is introduce me to Kanye. Introduce me to Kanye. Can I come with you to an event where Kanye will be? So let's take a look at this, shall we? So we have Normie Evangelist. says here in the thread, so you can find these comments up until my response that I'll be reading here. Nomi Evangelist says, quote, Ye's law. Come on, Jason. Ye even said his marriage was on the rocks for years before telling the truth about the J and then the letter Q. Ear is against the door. The ear is against the door. So I wrote back because Normie Evangelist was obviously misunderstanding me from the stream. I wasn't saying that Kanye West had begun saying this because and then that wrecked his marriage. I was saying that his marriage was coming to an end. That's why he threw a tantrum, which is exactly, it played out exactly as I said, to the letter. Even him going away as soon as the divorce was final and just disappearing. I mean, to the letter. I wrote back, I didn't say he lost his marriage because he started complaining about Jews. Losing one's wife is one of the things that happens to those who become J-Spurgs. He was on his way to the judgment, the finality of his marriage, the final day in court, which caused him to start throwing those tantrums. All 100% true. Played out exactly as I said. And then here was his response, Normie Evangelist, that I responded to and will be sharing with you all. He writes back, no white guilt, but I am, all caps, a J-Spurg. I have a great marriage, he writes. LOL. Just as an aside, I had to jump in right there. You have no idea how many times I have heard J-Spurgs say, and I'm not saying this is true for Normie Evangelist. You have just no idea how many times I've heard them say, oh no, my life is perfect. And then at the same conference, at the same meeting, hear them later complaining about how wrecked their life is. I've even had where J-Spurgs have told me, no, my life's great. No problems with me since I started J-Spurging. And then later, the conversation changes, different topics. And then it comes to the family just doesn't get it. The whole family has disowned me. And I'm just there with the biggest of grins thinking, how do you not remember 40 minutes ago or whatever telling me that your life was fine? There was a guy even, oh my God, there was a guy, he's a content creator of a religious sort. And he told me that his life was great. Now, it wasn't because we had started talking about, to be a J-Spurg or not, but he was telling me how his life was great. And that's what he does. He's a J-Spurg, among other things that are kind of weird, but not illegal. And but as we went on, he started complaining about how horrible his life is. Wife left, kids hate him. And he said that with like laughing, big smiles. My kids hate me, especially my son. He really hates me. And I was just like, why are you telling people to think these things that cause that in your life? What a piece of shit you are. Why would you tell people, follow me, everything goes bad? Your life can be wrecked too. What an immoral, garbage human being. So anybody who knows that the recommendations they're giving to you, either directly say this or indirectly, this is what needs to be said. And if you're the good kind of person, you do the math. And if that's information that has been wrecking their life and the lives of others and they know it, you should hate them, not follow them. So that's something for those who are stuck between content creators to just get started right away. I get that you hear some things that you like coming out of one and the other. Generally speaking, people can sort of survive in these gray areas and B, ultimately do nothings, because if there is contradiction, they end up really not participating with one or the other. They feel kind of pulled in between, and it's kind of like the flag on the rope in tug of war that stays in the middle there, not going anywhere. Ultimately, if you want to specifically, let's talk about our case. Those who are stuck between the Go Free method and other content creators, I think should evaluate what it is about those other content creators that they are enticed by, and then ask, where do those tastes come from? Because I feel pretty confident, and you can tag me with your comments or questions, that the tastes, where they come from, ultimately is the anti-white narrative. And a lot of erroneous cogitation about how to get from our victimization and where we are today to a place where we are no longer victimized. So you are enticed by things in your past. And if you let those ghosts haunt you, you can be enticed by them for your whole life. And then you'll become an old man or woman, and you'll finally be able to see, you'll regret having stayed idle because of these hungers that were engendered in you by our victimizer, ultimately. So let's continue. And I can be more specific. That's a general statement to get started. He says he's got a great marriage. He says, and my wife loves my micro-peen. And so good on you, man, for the self-effacing humor. So when he did that, I was like, all right, he's probably not a bad guy. Because I was saying most of these supporters have micro penises. Normie Evangelist goes on and says, you and NJF Fuentes love to hate each other, but he is the destructive force while you are the constructive force to the same end. Well, I disagree with that. About there needing to be, I mean, this is like, I know where all these ideas come from. Do you? Do you know about Devi and the lightning and the sun? I mean, all these people who are like these J-spurging, explicit white sympathetics, they think that they have some knowledge. They've read some author that I've read all of those books, all of them. I listened to their speeches. I listened to their radio interviews. I listened all of it. So you don't have knowledge that I don't. I've gone through that. I've combed through that, and I've said, I see what fails and what is wrong-headed and what is just plain wrong and what works. That's what I've been doing all these years. That's how we got to the Go Free method. So he is not destructive. Fuentes is not destructive of the system. He's not harming anti-whites and anti-whiteism one iota. He has allowed himself, I'm sure without him being aware of it, to fall for the trap of playing the villain in their story. This is anti-whiteism, is psychological warfare. It is the 200 IQ of control. It is a maze that you are put in and incentivized and de-incentivized to do things and not do things that benefit the anti-white oligarchs. And playing their villain benefits them. It doesn't harm them at all. Just like I said, when everybody went crazy over Kanye West and his pronouncements and Ye's law, I birthed into the world to demonstrate that naming them ruins you. It doesn't harm anti-whiteism. It doesn't harm anti-whites. In fact, if anything, it harms white people, because anti-whites are able to say, look, there in the real world, not just in our fiction, but there in the real world, you have somebody who is behaving in a way that is in keeping with the villain in our movies, in our books, etc., in the fiction, which your subconscious mind believes is reality. So they have these people to point at. And then the audience, the millions on tens and hundreds of millions of white people that we need to heed what we are saying, to change the story that we're in, are told, you see this person in the real world, they think this, they think X. In our fiction, the villain thinks X. Well, here are all the other things that you already know from the fiction that the villain thinks. Now, Fuentes doesn't have to believe any of those things, but all that audience believes he does, because he has just donned the uniform of the villain. He's been had. He's been tricked. He's been duped. But he's not alone. So it's not like, it's not to say, he's not dumb for being duped. It's just the way it is. You don't, let me say this to make this clear. You do not wear, how can I put it as clearly as possible so that all the midwits out there can get it? You don't wear the uniform of the enemy to strike back at the people who victimize us. Midwits and all, they say you have to look like the anti-whites enemy or you're not doing anything. No, if you look like their enemy, if they can identify you, and that's what they're looking for, they can hurt you. The best scenario is for them never to recognize you until it's too late for them. For them to never know. And what do you see happening with the story of society? You see it changing all around them. They don't perceive this. It's too late for them by the time they perceive the change. If they say the enemy flies an orange flag, so you pick up an orange flag to state to the world that you are their enemy. And here I'm talking about anti-whites, not any group of people, racial group or religious group of people. You take up the orange flag to make a statement inside of their story that you are their enemy. They can see you. That's how they see you. Now, you don't have to understand this. You don't have to understand how to do neurosurgery on your mother's brain for a neurosurgeon to get to work. And do not make the asinine assertion that, oh, well, this is like the conservatives where they don't want to say anything to offend the anti-whites. Is that what we're doing? We're crushing the anti-whites. So if you can't see the difference, then that's your failing. See your ophthalmologist. So Nick is not a destructive force. In fact, he is a creating force for anti-whites. Every time he goes out and plays the villain, every statement he makes playing the villain is a creative, supporting role in the anti-white narrative. He's not destroying anything. We are destroying the anti-white narrative. Let me continue. As a fan of both, writes Normie Evangelist, I'm stuck in the middle. Related question. You're stuck in the middle until you give up that belief that you have to LARP as their villain in the anti-white narrative. As soon as you give that up, you'll see that it makes no sense. Give up that taste. You don't actually, I know you feel powerful. I know you feel like you're doing something by saying these things, by J-spurging, but you're not doing what you think you're doing. You are empowering anti-whiteism. You are making it worse, not better. If a billionaire in Kanye West, multi-billions, could not accomplish anything exactly as I said, and had his wealth reduced to $500 million or less, going from, what was it, 3 billion or whatever, then you can't do anything. This is the idea that if you just say you're a pedophile and pedophilia is okay, that you break their mind control. No, people just think you're scum. You're confirming it. Related question. Do you think telling the truth about demographic change and other relevant facts involve no sacrifice? I wanted to share this because I'll finish the last two paragraphs and read my response. Because Normie Evangelist uses quite a few tropes that are erroneous, like that right there, that you will hear from Jay Spurgs and some people stuck between people like here and Fuentes and people like here and some fake political party that will never be an actual political party unless it's wholly taken over by feds and they get all your info. In order to shift the Overton window, we must enrage people, writes Normie Evangelist, as tactfully as possible. Yes, but for anyone in positions of influence, there will come a point where he or she will be asked point blank, do you believe in X? This is rank midwittery, and I'm being nice to you, Normie Evangelist. Rank midwittery, holy God. He finishes up, in that moment, 95% will lie to keep their jobs, relationships, etc. But 5% will tell the truth. They will likely sacrifice in the short term and may be put on display as an example to others. But it is those 5% who make the difference because our side, he writes, is objectively true. And because we are correct and because the situation is worsening, we will become impossible to ignore. Really? Really? So, well, let me get to my response. But there's so many errors in the thinking here that the show would have to be like one of my old 10-hour shows, 12-hour shows. It feels like, to get through them all. But I got a shorter response here, page long. I write this: thank you for giving me respect. You will receive it in return. Those whose lives are not ruined by J-spurging to one degree or another are extremely rare and keep their J-spurging to a select few in close circles. Either way, J-spurging does nothing to end white victimization, and it does nothing for an individual's well-being. Fact. People have been J-spurging for a very long time. It does nothing. Even in countries that were 100% white, even in countries like the United States, 90+% white. Nothing. I mean, why would you come to me and argue with me? Go argue with the outcomes. Go argue with the outcomes. I write on. You pose a couple of general correctives that do not serve white well-being within the anti-white narrative context we find ourselves. For example, you begin defending the J-spurging position by invoking sacrifice, saying, do you think telling the truth about demographic change and other relevant facts involve no sacrifice? Close quote. Not all sacrifice is the same. If you sacrifice yourself doing the wrong thing, you get no closer to your objective. As an aside, I've never said anything about not discussing demographic change as I discuss it. So how many of you out there, those in Team White Wellbeing, have encountered folks who say, well, you got to sacrifice. You got to say, that is rank midwittery. Why? Because they have heard, well, if you're going to have good grades, you got to sacrifice your time and study. If you're going to be good at your job, you got to sacrifice your time with your family or whatever to be. If you're going to be a great athlete, you're going to have to make sacrifices. So for them, the word sacrifice at midwit level, the fact that you'll be harmed means that you must be doing something good. Really, I mean, really, that's how midwits think. And we have to come to grips with midwittery. Not all sacrifice is the same. If you sacrifice doing the wrong thing, if you sacrifice something that's not getting you closer to your objective, then you don't get closer to the objective, no matter how much you're made to suffer and sacrifice. All right? They try to throw this in your face, don't they? Like, well, I'm doing something because I've ruined my whole life. No, you haven't done shit, you asshole. All you've done actually is you've ruined your life, lives of those around you potentially as well, and made things harder for the rest of us because you are out there confirming the anti-white narrative. Confirming it for who? Or for whom, I've got to say, for the midwits out there, for the people who we need to bring to white well-being. Those are the folks. You then say that we have to enrage people to shift the Overton window. How often do you convince people to adopt a position by enraging them? Do advertisers enrage clients to get them to buy? This is the argument, folks, that you hear all the time from Jay Spurgs and similarly minded people, villain role-playing people in the anti-white narrative, that they have contempt for our brothers and sisters out there. And that's why I don't like these terms, so many of the terms they use, because they imply contempt when we need to be loving them and rescuing them. They have contempt for them. And so they feel they have to, and they're told by content creators, you've got to enrage people. You've got to say, to break their conditioning, you've got to say that you love things that they've been taught to hate. No. Every time you do that, you confirm the anti-white narrative. You do not enrage anyone to convince them of an idea and then persuade them to do something corresponding to what you've convinced them of. I write on. You ignore the anti-white narrative, our context. As a result, when you take the position that it is objective fact that our victimization is at the hands of Jays, when it is simply not true, you err. You know it's not true, and your audience knows that it's not true. I'll say there about the knowing it's not true, that everybody who Jay Spurgs, well, let me rephrase, the vast majority of them will say that, okay, it's not all of them. Okay, so then shut up. Shut up about that then. Moreover, you are condemning an entire people, a people like every other non-white group that is depicted as victims in the anti-white narrative. Do you not see the great many errors of what you suggest? Furthermore, our position here and everyone's reality for everyone to see is that our victimization is at the hands of anti-whites. It is all at the hands of anti-whites. All of it. All of it. My formula doesn't fail. My formula doesn't have exceptions. You go on to say that when people are put on the spot, that 5% will sacrifice their jobs and relationships to say it's the Jays. And that this will, what? Somehow end white victimization somehow with the predictable Deus ex machina? Somehow it just works out. And that's what I was talking about before getting started here, that in every one of these cases, there is no path to how it changes. There is no successes here that expanded can demonstrate success or anticipate successes there. What you have here is failures here that somehow, if you fail enough, will get us to nirvana. I mean, seriously. God, this is such a finished question. But here's this is really at the end here, very important, because this is the kind of mid-wit, and it's not a mean thing to say, because the vast majority have average IQs. There's nothing wrong with it. But there is something wrong with it when you're trying to tell somebody who obviously has figured this shit out. Like you're trying to tell the neurosurgeon who's going to work on your mother's brain how to do his job. Shut up. Listen to this response I have for him here. You have set up a bizarre hypothetical as though there is some sort of divine court of character judgment where everyone is drawn before a judge for all others to witness, and at that moment to see and be judged, and either step up and do the right thing and condemn the Jays or not. Now, you remember what he wrote, what I was speaking to right there was him saying, everyone in a position of influence, for everyone in a position of influence, there will come a point where he or she will be asked point blank, do you believe in X? What point? What divine court where everybody gets to witness this? What the fuck are you talking about? That is not the real world at all. You've created this bizarre scenario, and then you're saying people should live their lives in accordance with the dictates, the derivative cogitations of this bizarre hypothetical. I sometimes I just get so fed up with mid-wit thinking that it drives me insane. At some point, and they're going to be asked at some point, point blank, for everybody to see, do you believe in X? At that moment, he says 95% of them will lie and not say the truth. So that's kind of a big number, friend. That's kind of a big number of people who are not on your side. So let's continue with my response. There is so much wrong with your hypothetical that I do not know where to begin. But to cut through it all and go straight to the heart, let us all know when you intentionally lose your job and relationships by throwing yourself on the fire, irredeemably destroying your life as one of the prerequisite sacrificed lives for J condemnation. I have a feeling you value your life more than condemning Jays. And I have a feeling you know that sacrificing your life to condemn them will accomplish nothing. Finally, I hope that those two realizations teach you a lesson that you won't soon forget. And I sincerely hope they do. Normie Evangelist, you're not destroying anything by condemning Jewish people, by J-spurging. You are confirming the anti-white narrative. Because part of the anti-white narrative is the story of their victimization as a people. The moment you begin talking about them, you invoke all of the fiction that everyone has witnessed and therefore believe that they were present for, the fear, the tears, the suffering, being ripped away from your life, having all of your belongings taken from you, shipped off with no knowledge of where you're going to go, but maybe a little bit of knowledge that it's going to be death, and then murdered. That's what you think is going to bring people to your... Has it brought anybody? Better people, richer people in better times did not bring anybody. In times that, when I say better times, that weren't as afflicted as they are today with the anti-white narrative. How much more evidence of failure do you need before you give something up? Now, I understand the fire of the recently converted. And a lot of guys in the white positive sphere here can speak to it. That when you first start looking and you see, oh, well, there's an anti-white Jewish person here, and a Jewish person here that's anti-white, and a Jewish person there that's anti-white. The lowest IQ thing you can do at that moment, the easiest thing you can do at that moment, is to condemn them on the basis of their birth, because that's what you can see right up front. Their actions just become something that they do. And then you spend however much and however often you have to excusing all the Jewish people that aren't anti-white. Oh, well, that's another exception to the rule. Oh, another exception to the rule. And then you just ignore the problem of J-spurging your ass off to white people who have Jewish friends, who have Jewish bosses, who have Jewish spouses, who have Jewish children, who, because of their religion, support Jews. You just ignore all of that. You ignore the fact that all these white people out there that you're going to go out J-spurging about are going to immediately be thinking about innocent people being murdered and having all their possessions taken from them. You know what they think? You know the calculation that goes through somebody's head when you're like, well, look, they control 90% of the media, or whatever you want to say. I got a little chart here. All the red are Jewish people. You know what they say? Well, that's better than them having everything stolen from them and gassed. That's what they say. It is 100% of the time anti-whites. You never go wrong when you point out anti-whites are victimizing us. You never invoke a memory of mass murder of anti-whites. You establish a completely different story. I am so far beyond, Team White Wellbeing is so far beyond this nonsense that it just never ceases to amaze. That there are still folks out there that's hearing us, still want to march out. I mean, I even had one of these J-spurgs to show you how it rots your mind like syphilis. I retweeted the tweet I talked about earlier in the stream today, the gathering today. I retweeted that one guy saying, where's all this, the word anti-white coming from? Where's it all coming from? And I said in my retweet, Team White Wellbeing, you want to tell him where it's coming from? Or everybody, you want to tell him where it's coming from? A J-spurg responded with the echo quotes. Because his rotted brain could only think that the answer to every question is J-spurging. If you are stuck between communities, like a wannabe political party that is never going to be a political party, I mean, what kind of retardus could think that a Nazi party is going to be allowed a license in the United States to be I mean, how fucking dumb are you? The only way a Nazi party would be given a license to be a party is if the regime wants to use the party to get everybody's info who's involved. For God's sake. So if you're stuck between them and the hyperfixation of J-spurging, or another thing that you could be attracted to there would be the this like adoration and this desire to LARP of some other period in history because you've become enamored with it after a lot of study or something like that. And so you want to try to recreate it today. I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be recreated. It will not ever be recreated. Get over it. It is a LARP. What you've studied and what you believe to be the truth about history, you can keep that. You can put that in a shrine in the house. You can believe that that's the case. I don't look backwards. I don't care. I don't care what happened back then. The regime has their historians that say it's the anti-white narrative, and that's constantly changing to make white people look worse. These historical revisionists, they have their story. I don't care. If you want to believe the historical revisionists, then that's up to you. But you are not going to be able to change the anti-white narrative in the minds of these masses. That you need to change you don't need to bring them to a political party. You don't need to turn them into frontline troops marching down the street. You don't need to do any of that shit. All of that is fantasy that has been crippling you, that has been crippling the resistance to anti-whiteism for decades, for centuries. It's all been proven wrong and false. You can take those things, you can put it in a place of homage or honor in your house, and then get started on something that actually works, changes your life, changes the world for the better. And truly become where you started, become what you were when you started, which was someone who wanted to put an end to the victimization of white people. If you started this mission wanting to harm Jewish people, then please go the fuck away. I don't want anything to do with you. Nobody in white positivity wants anything to do with you. We want people who want to end the victimization of white people. And don't try to tell me with your midwit take that, well, it's just this, or you are just wrong. You're wrong. I can go over every point. You can't connect the dots. You want to say, well, there's this international organization. I know all their names. I've read about all the groups before. You can take an environment. You could take all of those groups, by the way, that, for example, that Fuentes could cite, and that many folks who had a far deeper education on being a shadow of that group, following them everywhere they go. You can take all that they've studied, and if you put them in a context where white people don't allow anti-whiteism, they won't be anti-white. I promise. They will serve just like all the other groups, they will serve their group, their individual well-being by way of their group's well-being within the confines created by the host. If the host is composed of selfish individualists who scurry around like rat turd, following other groups of people with their jealousy, they will do what that context will allow them to do. That is just an objective fact. But if you want to make it worse, you can get into our reality where everybody's already been taught how evil you are and everything that you think when you say certain things, when you wear certain clothing, when you fly certain flags, when you cite certain thinkers. And all the evidence at root is here for everybody to see. The J-Spurgs, people have been J-Spurging with doctorates, very popular for their whole lives. People have been J-Spurging. People have been Third Reich LARPing with millions of dollars their whole lives. And what good has it done? I can rest my case there. What good has it done to end our victimization? None. What good has it done for those content creators? Oh, a lot of good. They made a lot of money off of it. They became infamous in the eyes of some, famous in the eyes of fewer. It did them good, but it didn't do white people any good. It didn't do our countries any good. And now, even though I've been at work pushing, well, specifically white well-being for over 2 decades, it wasn't until I was able, by way of being on the internet, to attract these thoroughly heroic, glorious men and women of the West. And in this amount of time, we have changed the language that's being used to benefit us. So shut your fucking mouths. You want to come to me? No. I'm going to tell you how to operate on my mother's brain. Case closed. Case closed. You see anti-white out there? You see anti-whiteism? You've had over a century to try to get everybody saying in the public forum, with strangers, with friends, to get them saying, it's the Jays. Kick 'em out. Hasn't worked, has it? For all the reasons I cited. We have, with this tiny number of people, the special forces of white well-being, and this tiny amount of time, with you assholes trying to stop us, as well as the anti-whites, and look what we've accomplished. So case closed. Case closed. Everybody pushing this stuff has fallen for the trap anti-whites have set for them. And I will tell you this. If I were an oligarch of a civilization, I'll check this out in a minute. If I were an oligarch of a civilization, you better believe I would create my opposition. You better believe it. You better believe I would say they talk like this, they look like that, and this is what they think. And then people in that civilization would say, oh, I don't like this Kuna oligarch. What does it look like to oppose him? They would grab the flags I told them to fly, the people I told them to cite. And as soon as they did that, they would be communicating to the rest of the population everything else I taught everyone to think about them. So my opinion, I don't think the Nazi LARPers, there's nothing they can do to there's no course correction. Fuentes could do a lot of good if he drops this J-Spurging and goes back to the way he was way before Patriots Day. Doom document like a late night talk show host, make jokes, make people laugh, and leave it at that. He'll make money doing that. He'll be popular doing that. And we'll have less backlash. He'll try to say to you that he gets shot at because he's doing the thing that hurts. Wrong. He's fallen, and he shouldn't have fallen for it. He's fallen for an anti-white trap. If you're getting shot at, it means that you're in front of somebody's guns. It doesn't mean you're over the target. Why would they tell you? Why would high IQ people telegraph? See, but explaining all of this is just too many midwits are going to say, I don't follow how the dots connect. And so therefore he must be a J. Therefore he must be a Fed. Again, I mean, we just deal with it. So, but this is my honest, like sympathetic to the people who are stuck between the groups. I really want you to evaluate what it is inside of you that creates the hunger for the aspects of the other group and what they're doing, what they're saying. Are those things that you genuinely came up with on your own? You genuinely are invested in, that you believe are, that you can see, not just believe, because that's faith, that you can see demonstrably are resulting in good for individual lives and therefore on a larger scale. If you're going to say to me, oh, it destroys the individual's life, but it does better on the macro, you're an idiot. If it doesn't benefit the individual, it's not going to work on the macro level. It doesn't work on the micro, it won't work on the macro. Because what the is the macro composed of if not individuals? You know, if there was a brain surgeon, he wouldn't be able to get a goddamn thing done if this is how the patient's families or the patients themselves reacted. All right, let me see what y'all are saying. Looks like let me see if I can increase this. All right, let me see that a little better. Paste White is here. Great to see you, brother. Says, I love you, man. I love you back. Thank you so much. White Student Transmission is here. Great to see you. So we've had some objections to what I've been saying. And the bottom line is, if you find that those things that you're hungering for, that you find enticing elsewhere, that it didn't originate with you and you can't see how it helps the individual life, then abandon it. That's the only sane thing to do. Now, I don't know about the political party, wannabe political party, if they are just doom documenting, but I know that Fuentes does. And so if you want to get some news from him and then ignore all of his J-Spurg and garbage, then by all means. But you use the doom documenting as a catalyst to get from here to communicating the concepts that change the story that people live their lives in. The great Slots is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. I'm looking, if you've tagged me, please tag me. If you have written something you want me to see. Yeah, Sloth's pointing out we need to create and destroy within our narrative, precisely, because we wield the pen in our story. No, Ortiz, you're wrong. People don't attack me. Let me just spell this out. And I want you, if you have a counter argument, then make it. or shut up. First of all, I am attacked. I have been debanked. I have been kicked off many platforms. I'm not even going to go on because it goes on and on. Why is it that I am not, and most of the attacks on me were a consequence of my association with people that I was trying to bring out of ignorance, like a priest or a preacher going to the sinners, trying to say, hey, I believe you started off in a good place. And if that's true for you, then come this way so that you can be white positive and effective and better your life. Otherwise, I do not don myself in the ideology, in the verbiage, in the clothing, sometimes literal clothing, of the villain in the anti-white narrative. The villain whom the anti-whites are looking for. So if you look like their villain, if you dress like they wanted you to dress and talk like they wanted you to talk, they then attack you. Does that make sense? The intelligent thing here is to be able to undermine your victimizer before they know it. And why also are there 100 viewers? Well, because we are not recreators. These are people who do things or who are thinking about doing things. It might be something as small as changing their own thinking. They can understand the world better. But the vast majority here are the apostles who have caused language, even in non-English speaking countries, to change. That's well beyond your understanding if you continue to think that the number of people here and the number of people there matters. Because I understand that you are a Fuentes fan. Well, Salty Cracker does infinitely better. Some of these other like black podcasters and things, infinitely better, much larger audiences. Does that mean that they are infinitely more influential on society? No. You are Muppets running around inside of their maze. And then you come like quacking up out of the maze, turn with your heads upturned out of a maze made for you, a prison made for you by anti-whites. And you're trying to tell us that we don't know what we're doing. Again, I mean, I didn't even see that you had said this, claiming that you're getting deplatformed and censored, and this thing he goes around with most censored man or whatever. If you want to be the most censored man, play the anti-white villain as best as you can, because they will always see you. They will always desire to harm you. They will always feel an emotional release because as the hero in the anti-white narrative, because that's what they've been watching all of their lives in entertainment media. And because you're, in reality, objectively, you're probably holding opinions as a consequence that are ugly opinions that they know that ordinary folks will be happy that you have been silenced for holding. Like taking everything away from a group of people because of the way they were born. It is obviously a challenge that is beyond you. So stop talking. Start listening. Yeah, so it's the same thing. It's got a bigger audience of recreators demonstrating once again that you are it's not an insult. You're a midwit. When you look out and you say, well, the audience here is bigger than the audience there, that is to equate. I mean, did you ever do algebra? That is to say that the audiences are identical. One audience of people who watch and are recreation, having fun. They're just hanging out. They're just like, it's fun to commiserate with other people whose lives are miserable or whatever, and to bitch about our crutch that we can all blame on all of our failures. And we got this good, sturdy crutch. You're equating that as the same as people who are out there actually changing the language society is using. Do you realize that? You realize how dumb that is? Do you realize that there have been groups in the United States, there have been groups across the West with enormous memberships, absolutely colossal memberships that accomplish nothing? Memberships opposed to what's happening in the West today, far larger than the people supporting a fake political or wannabe political party or a content creator, a late night talk show kind of content creator, far larger, and accomplished nothing. Do you have a response for that? Our positions are held because they come from who we actually are. And and with a focus of love, hope, and redemption on us in a way that benefits everyone. So if an anti-white attacks us, they reveal that animus. For whom? The people who we want to convince to use these concepts in the places they already are living, in the jobs they already hold. All of these other ideas, they entail, in some deus ex machina way, taking over, either marching through the streets and making it some sort of political, violent sort of revolution, or believers getting good jobs and working up through the ranks. And sake, what a asinine, childish thing to believe. Somebody is saying that I and Team White Wellbeing shouldn't get credit for pushing this into society, into societal use. Jealous little bitch. I can tell you right now, anybody's with all that we've been doing, all that talked about beforehand, said how it would turn out, going out into the world, the strategic organization, the playbooks, in the live chats, in the threads, making it happen, the receipts everywhere, and saying you didn't do it. What an admission of a micro penis. Who said that? Alex says, I never understood the condition of keep following methods that have literally been failing for over 100 years. It's like a religion. I just find it mind-boggling. I agree. Yeah, how do you keep doing something that just fails? Hey, the great dude bro moment is here, champion. Great to see you, brother. Elaine Sabatino says, you're right, Jason. Since the good folks at the ADL thrive off their victimization. Art Acrobats is here. Great to see you, brother. Who said that, Rapunzel? First Last is lifting weights with no white guilt. God bless you, brother. This is why I don't wear flags, no colors, no advocacy for this effort or that. Nothing. The only thing for which it is perfectly safe to advocate or associate with is this community. Very well put, Sam. So Carpenter is saying that I didn't invent the word anti-white, and you were here earlier. You've been here the whole stream. So how did you miss when I said in 94, I thought I invented the words anti-white and anti-whiteism? Technically, the word is neoterize. That I thought I neoterized them because they weren't in the family unabridged dictionary, still have it, and they weren't in the city library. And then years later, I will add that we had Final Blossom many years later. This was years back now. It's even in the book. It's in Go Free. Final Blossom found anti-white and anti-whiteism in a 50-year-old dictionary. And then subsequently, we have had people find it in this sort of obscure dictionary and this unabridged dictionary. But the proof that there are anti-whites is that they have been taking these concepts out of dictionaries for a long time so that we could not think in our own defense. So since 94, I began pushing anti-white and anti-whiteism, which was not in the general conversation. I was opposed by the totality of the white sympathetic sphere up until nearly 2010, when another guy tacked anti-white onto a mantra, this long mantra where he was Jew-spurging, and he tacked anti-white onto the end. Meanwhile, I was using anti-white and anti-whiteism as central concepts to overthrow the central concept of anti-whiteism, which is the concept racism. I've explained all of this for a great many years, and I've explained to people for a great many years in numerous different organizations of exactly how this works and exactly how it will work. And then the same kind of forces that I was opposed to for saying anti-white, anti-whiteism kept that other guy down and kept his community down, because they said, no, don't call him that, because then you're not legitimate. You either got to call him Marxist, or you just got to call him Jays, or you just got to whatever. Or you got to call them commies at the other end of the spectrum. I stuck with this because I knew it was right. And then these champions came in, because before then, it was all that one man could do. These champions came in because here we can't be stopped. As much as y'all try to come in to stop me and the work that I'm doing and try to steal credit from me, because everybody's trying to steal credit from me and Team White Wellbeing is real low class. And they're definitely not white. No matter what your blood test might say, that's not the behavior of a white man and woman. And then through our calculated effort and pushing against years of people saying, no, don't do it, don't use it, every kind of slander in the book. If you don't use the words given us by this political party 100 years ago, or you don't use the words given us by the anti-whites, well, then you're in some kind of a cult. All of these different kinds of slurs. And then we succeed, and you're going to show up and say, you didn't do it? Wing and Production says, I see more women here than I do on other channels. Absolutely. And thank you for pointing that out. And you go to all of these other conferences, and over the years, all these other meetings, and I've pointed out again and again and again, it's all men. You'll have a woman here or there, and they're the like 50% of the women here or there were good. The other 50% were like seriously damaged people. And I said, this is problematic because a movement has a heartbeat. And the heart, a movement that's going to live. The heartbeat is the family. And the only way to have a family is with a man and woman. Excuse me. They produce children, and then you can rear them up in white well-being. That is self-perpetuating. This doesn't last. This is a blip on the radar. And what women need to hear is the same thing that drives actual white men to seek glory. And that is what they love behind them, not what they hate in front of them. When you start loving what's behind you and you're willing to fight for that, women recognize you as a man of the West. Anyhow, I'm even this good when I'm sick as hell. That's how awesome I am. I can be sick as hell and I'm this good. Throat can be on fire. Reptile says, you returned it from the thieves who stole and erased it from our people. Who else can say they reclaimed anything from our victimizers? Amen to that, brother. Amen to that. Talking about anti-white and anti-whiteism. I mean, I guarantee you, just like I guaranteed you before, I told you all, as soon as we start getting anti-white into the mouths of people, and remember, I talked all about the anti-whites will end up using it, and they did. Everything, just as I said. I said before, and then it happened. I said there will be people out there who say that we didn't insert it because of jealousy, because they're lowlifes, because they've got bad character. I said the same thing about anti-whiteism. What's happening? People are actually trying to attribute anti-whiteism to people who never said it. Not only did they not put it like as an afterthought on the end of a mantra where there's J-spurging, but they didn't say it at all. And they're trying to credit others. They'll do the same thing with anti-white narrative. They'll do the same thing with white erasure. They'll do the same thing with everything we're pushing. Yeah, I don't know why is it, folks, maybe you can tell me. Why is it that I can say expressly that I thought I had neoterized the words anti-white and anti-whiteism in 94, and then we found out that they were still in some dictionaries. Now they're going to be in more dictionaries because we're pushing it. What is it about me saying that is somehow lost on people, and they show up in there, they just want to say, well, you didn't create it. I really think if people don't hear that and immediately drop it and say, oh, you're right. You in this community are the ones who have made it a part of societal conversation now. If they don't do that immediately, then it's just an anti-white op. I mean, either intentionally or unintentionally, it's an anti-white op. A person can be white and of such ill repute, of such bad character, of such bad heritage, that they can effectively operate as an anti-white even when they're not trying to be. An agent of, wormwood, an agent of destruction. if somebody's having like a fan for a sports team, you can imagine if you've got a guy in like an American football, like me, in the backfield, and I keep running for like 10, 15 yards a carry, I'm just destroying things because of how awesome I was on the field. If you were then to say, don't give him the football anymore because other people ran those increments down the field and got the touchdowns, guess what would happen? We would stop moving the football. And so what do you think about that fan then? Maybe they're rooting for the other team. All right, maybe Carpenter just effing around and not meaning it? I will never understand the continuation to keep following methods that have literally been failing for over 100 years. Exactly. I read that earlier. Thank you, Alex. All right. That's how dedicated, passionate you are, Jason, to destroy anti-whiteism is what it means. Absolutely, brother. Promethean Kitchen, that was Alex. Promethean Kitchen says, a lot of these want-to-be political parties are all the same. They want repatriation and stuff like that, but don't see how that's going to work without violence, unfortunately, because it's not going to work. I mean, let's stop being like little boys in our treehouse, our fort. Yeah, that's what they do. I've seen all these over the years, far more than most folks. And they're like, here's our party platform. Here's our group platform. Here's our statement of purpose. And what is the platform? What is the statement of purpose? It's wishes that can never be achieved. Every single thing. None of it can be achieved. And so essentially what they're selling people on is, do you like our wishes? Do you like we would like to have these wishes. And then they'll debate over the wishes. It's the most childish thing I've ever seen. And these are adults, people, some of them with doctorates, others with degrees. Sometimes they have legitimate jobs. Most of the time they don't. And they're adults, and they will really nitpick and cavil over nothing like the party platform and the wishes, the statement of purpose, and all this kind of stuff. And nothing is achievable on it. And then they'll say, oh, well, if nothing's achievable, nothing can be done. Well, no, nothing you've suggested can be done. And you know it because you can't say how to go from here to there. You have to demonstrate success at the micro level, and that's not selling wishes. Wouldn't it be grand? Wouldn't it be nice? Or these, again, these mid-wit takes of curatives or correctives that are misapplied. Like, well, if we were on our own planet, I mean, you might as well write that shit into a party platform. Maybe we should do it for fun, to mock all these other groups and platforms. I mean, at some point, this is ridiculous. You have these people come over and there's always slandering. Because there is no, they can't counter argument because they're wrong. I demonstrated very easily. It's a little bit of fun for me. I demonstrated very easily. But so we should make it. You know what? If we just had our own planet, build a planet. There, we've got it. That is party platform 1. Start our own planet. Because if we're on our own planet, then we don't got to worry about Jays. We don't got to worry about all these other groups because we're alone and everything will be fine then. even though everything wasn't fine when we were alone before, and even though we've been going at it against each other, even in the midst of these other groups, it'll be fine then. Okay, that's one. And then on our own planet, we'll print our own money. Okay. I mean, this is ridiculous. I'm so tired of these childish games. We'll just follow another group around and tell everybody how awful they are, even though everybody's already been programmed to believe that anybody saying how awful they are wants to murder them all. Yeah, let's do that. That'll make a difference in the world. You got to be a noticer. You got to notice things. If you got to notice, just like that story I gave, the parable of the plumber. He comes to your house and he's like, whoa, shit is all over the floor of your bathroom. Yeah, because the toilet, something's wrong. Aren't you going to get to work? No. Why not? Because the work is the noticing. I've noticed. So, and then you try to get to work and he's like, I'm not going to let you. If you try to work, I'm going to go give your credit card number to all the thieves downtown. I'm going to tell them where your daughter goes to school. That sounds a bit weird. It almost sounds like it's an anti-white operation, doesn't it, folks? It sounds a bit weird. It's like you just have to be another like vestigial appendage on the ass of another group of people. Just live as their shadow. And if you don't do that, they're going to go slander you to the world. It sounds almost like you're working for the anti-whites. That's what it almost sounds like. Only anti-white goblins. So repatriation of people who came within the last few decades doesn't even work with Go Free. I don't mean to be rude and might misunderstand, but how do we reclaim Europe then? My brother, you're doing the right thing by way of the Go Free method. Let me guarantee to you that a Western civilization that morally does not permit the victimization of Western kind will naturally resolve all of these issues. You can say today that you want this or you want that, and all you're doing is walking out on a plank for your audience to saw off. Fight the moral fight today as you're doing, and that world will take care of itself. That I guarantee you. Just as what we have today is a consequence of the anti-white moral imperative. We could be years in the past, and there's an anti-white, an impatient anti-white that says, how do we fill these countries with all these other people from around the world so that we can white erase these countries? How do we do it if we don't tell them that's what we're going to do? I honestly, there's no in me, there's no like secret plans, there's no secret desires. My one desire is to end the victimization of Western kind. I want to make that immoral across the West. That's what we're doing here. We're making that immoral across the West. That means that we won't be able to be victimized, and it'll be different to various degrees in different places and at various times. We don't live forever. We don't get to decide what it's going to be here at that time and there at this time. We are agents of change today, and we can make rapid change as we've done in a handful of years. And we can propel this to much bigger and greater levels. And things will naturally fall into the only kind of plans that they can. at those times in those places when they do. I guarantee it. Ha! Lunder is with us. He says, I hate being victimized. It ruins my complexion. You see, brother, that's the big difference between us and the recreators. And that's all people are really doing, is having fun, getting together, even if it's just commiserating about how bad things are. We are actually changing things in a way that creates, if you think of it, I've talked about it before, as like a tree limb. You get started on the right limb, there are only so many branches. You can't get a branch from a different limb. You can't get that outcome. You can only get the outcome from this limb, like a big main bough. And then maybe you have limbs and then branches. How does that sound? We get started on this bough, you can't go wrong. You can't get an anti-white outcome that's over there, on a branch over there. Now, if we get started here and we say that we believe, and this is the thing, we don't actually know, right? Let's just take like a town A in Austria, for example. Well, in town A or province A or whatever it is, we don't actually know right now, honestly, like what exact makeup, what exact scenario that town needs to be in 20 years from now, 50 years from now, 5 years from now, whatever, for there to be no victimization of white people. We could make guesses, but why do that? Why do that when that could potentially just be wrong and potentially turn off a bunch of people? Why would you want to potentially be wrong and turn off people? You see what I'm saying? So we get started on the right bough, and then we can only have so many options of limbs that lead to only so many options of branches, all of which end up in a way that does not victimize Western kind. I have no doubt that there will be places in the world, and I know that people get a little like less comfortable maybe, and I don't know why though, but there will be places where there are going to be white people who want to be maybe even in a minority of the population. That's a possibility. It's possible, right? I don't want to live there. I would not want to live there because I want to see my Western spirit. I want to see that reflected back at me everywhere. I don't have any idea how the politics will work out or how the economy will work out. I know that when we free ourselves, the spirit of the West, of anti-whiteism, there will definitely be different types of political structures and economic structures. Cyclical, I have no doubt about that, though. But it will all function in a way that will preclude our victimization. That's all there is to it. Neanderthal Dogma says, thank you so much, Jason, for your character and your work. It means a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. So you all can see, Lavish is here. Great to see you, sister. Dr. Jogger is here. Great to see you. You all can see that part of, and this is the same sort of thing that I run into in other areas as well, is this ability to say, we don't know now, but it'll be addressed then. That people have to learn to be comfortable with. And it's just a part of, maturing politically, is to be able to say, we don't know what it's going to be now. We could have some guesses. Might all be wrong. So there's not a lot of use in that. But comfortable and confident with the fact that given the course, we'll figure it out then. It's like with science. Science and the scientific method strictly is supposed to be able to say, we don't know, when there's something we don't know. So why is it that scientists who are really maybe what should we call them? Like science priests or something? It's like they want to give you something. They want to say, we know what this is, when they don't. How many times over the course of your life have you heard a scientist say to you, this is X. And if everybody doesn't believe X, you are a troglodyte. And people should laugh at you. And then 5 years later, 10 years later, scientists will come back and say, oh, we were wrong then. Now we know something else. Now it's this. And if you don't believe this, you're a troglodyte. And everybody should laugh at you. We should be able to say, if we don't know, or if something is just a theory, scientists should say that. The fact that they don't is a sign of, I guess, scientific immaturity. Does anybody grow up to be a fully mature scientist anymore? It's okay about not knowing something in the future, as long as you're on the right course. Ivan the Horrible says, Scientoids? That's a good one. We've gone some hours here. I'm going to check your comments, see what everybody's saying. I guess it was worth doing, yeah? Let's celebrate. But before we celebrate, let me put this up on the screen. I brought up Instagram, so we should take at least a couple looks. And it says there, I don't know if I'll turn the sound on. Do people get strikes? I mean, obviously, I'm going to be commenting. But let's get out the raucous emojis and celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Crowns for his head, gems for his feet, maybe some amps for his speakers. DB50 coming in, ladies and gentlemen, with a $50 financial gift, and deeply appreciated. Good sir. God bless you. Thank you so very much. As always, a true champion in service over here on Entropy. 50 white well-being dollars, each one of them concerned with white babies, little white boys and little white girls, wanting to grow up to be men and women of the West the way the children are here, going to grow up not spending their lives, selfish individualists, not spending their lives on the ass end of another group of people, complaining about them all their lives. No, focused on us, growing us, empowering us, putting their foot down about our victimization. God bless them all. And in their name, Dude Bro Moment financially gifts 50 white well-being dollars. Thank you all, and my salute to you, everyone who celebrates you, my champions. Slot's writing here, if we already knew our own future, we'd be dead. Uncertainty is evidence of people having a destiny. Amen to that. Very well put. The in-house philosopher chiming in. God bless you, Dude Bro Moment. Champion. All right, let me jump around to here. And we have... Wow, keep out your raucous emojis. Keep out your raucous emojis, your 007s that you were just giving to DB50. The crowns you dropped on his head, the gems for his feet. Keep them coming for the one, the only, the Irish champion, Irish Nick, coming in, ladies and gentlemen. 50 white well-being dollars. He says, with those dollars for white well-being, let's go free. And his shamrock, his trademark shamrock. God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much. When the Irish come in to solve the problems of the day, they come in mighty, ladies and gentlemen. They make it happen. taking no prisoners, because they're surrounding everybody with love. Thank you so much. The great Irish Nick. And we have another Seamus financially gifting $10. God bless you, good sir. $10 financial gift. A champion on the threads on Twitter and elsewhere. $10. And he writes here, for white well-being. The ultimate, ladies and gentlemen. The ultimate for white well-being. $10 financial gift. God bless you, brother. The light of the Irish, lighting up the land. I love it. You know, I talked before about the day will come when, as we recognize more and more that we're a single people with many countries, which entails the prerequisite of belief that we want to ennoble and increase and magnify our own varieties of Western civilization, that the day will come when, as one group of us are under siege, the others come marching over the hills. From here come the Irish. From there come the Canadians. From here come the Australians. It will be epic. From there come the Southerners. I mean, it's just totally cool, isn't it? Isn't that a cool thought? Brothers coming together to aid each other. Brothers and sisters. God bless you. Seamus, we have the one and only financially gifting $10 with divine light wrapped all around it in a halo. I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifting that $10 and writing with those $10 for the little babies that are white. For white well-being. Thank you so much. I love Jesus Christ. And we have another raucous emojis exploding here. Exploding raucous emojis. Please get them out. 007s as well. Follow maybe Franklin's lead and break out some dragons or some swashbuckling flags. Certainly gems, 95s. If you can't find anything else on your phone, you can find the number 9 and the number 5. And the number 0 and the 0 and 7. You can find these. Break them out. For Dr. I. Financially gifting white well-being baby dollars. Shut down the anti-white dollars to the tune of 50 of them as well. Stupendous. My good brother, stupendous. Thank you so much. God bless you. $50 white well-being dollars. We have over here Promethean Kitchen saying the reason why we have more women in Team White Well-Being is because we're actually real men who actually do something, whether it fits IRL or online. Precisely. Real men actually doing real things for the good of our people. If you're, I mean, how could the women can speak up. How can you really get behind a guy that you know is playing like a child? You know what I mean? If he's just like, the guy's just like heading on over to the meeting where we're all going to pretend to be another period in history and we're all going to break out our wishes, all of our favorite wishes of what we would like to have done. I mean, how really can you really be impressed by that? I don't think so. All right. Red Dog is here. I try to do my part everywhere I can. I post no white guilt memes and concepts everywhere I can. I put links to. Let's salute 07 to Red Dog for D555555. Red Dog. Let's break out them 07s. Thank you so much for that, champ. I'm throwing a salute over there. God bless you. That is actually changing the world. That is the work that changes the world. Don't ever let people who get together to talk tough tell you that you're not doing anything, that only getting together and tough talking is what's accomplishing something. They're not doing anything. All right. Owning Anti-White Goblin says, so repatriation of people who came. Was this the same one I read earlier? Yeah. This oath person, that's a really ugly way to, I mean, come on. Oh, so earlier, Anti-White Goblins was asking, could repatriation work with Go Free? I don't know how in all these different places and all different times, as I was saying earlier, how it's going to end up working out. It's entirely possible that as in some places, as we put an end to the victimization of white people, there are going to be the vast majority of non-white people are going to say, yes, no more victimizing white people. There might be some places and at some times, periods in history, where non-white people are not going to be as happy with an environment where white people can't be victimized. And then they would just leave of their own accord. I have no idea. But rest assured that the victimization of white people will stop. Tokolo Shi is here. Great to see you. Moose is here. Big success for Neanderthal Dogma. What happened? Where is it? Where is it written? All right, let's take a quick look at some of these. What do you want to watch? Look at this one right here. Let's see this one right here really quick. This was a wrestling match, and this guy is like spider speed. Look at this. I don't know if I should play the audio. Good God. How'd you like to wrestle that guy? Holy shit. Is he on speed? I think he's on fast mo, and everybody else is on slow mo. Holy crap. Anybody a wrestler? Can you all see that okay? Promethean Kitchen says, I have experience with this in real life because I was part of a group called the Canadian Nationalist Party that had similar ambitions years ago. And guess what? It doesn't exist now. What? Yeah, exactly, brother. Thank you for mentioning that. Exactly. Precisely. These things, they come together. They have all these big wish lists. People get excited about a wish list. And then they say, how do we get to these outcomes? Oh, well, let us make some promises. And then Deus Ex Machina. And then the energy wears off and people go looking for another wish list, another group. We can stop doing that. Thank you for chiming in with that, because it happens all the time and people just don't admit it because it's embarrassing. Time Traveler says he wrestled in high school. Mike wrestled as well. What do you think of this guy? Isn't that amazing? Look at this guy. Good grief. He's stomping the shit out of this other wrestler. Man, if you were in a fight with that guy, last thing you'd want to do is get grappling with him. All right, let's see what else we have. I thought this was great. Have you all ever seen a rabbit swim? Watch this. The best part is that its ears go into swim mode. Watch this. No joke. Watch. It's just like, whoop. A swim mode for a rabbit. What else do we have? This is amazing. Look at the Northern Lights. Samuski says, you should be fast. Yes, you should be that fast at wrestling. You got to haul ass, huh? Slot says, rabbits do swim. I'd never seen them swim. I certainly never saw their ears go into swim mode before. Look at how gorgeous this is. This guy with the camera even tilts it up. Look, looking straight up at the Aurora Borealis. Is that amazing? Oh, Reptile remembers Hoppy Monster. Next time we get together, we'll have to talk about Hoppy Monster. Look at this. Amazing, huh? Hydrodynamics. That's amazing. I got to go see that one of these days. Oh, here's another wrestling one. Tell me what you wrestlers think. Look at this. This guy's getting a little fed up. Look at him. Smash through the table. Is there a sound? There's just people cheering. Look, he's got him like hooked on his head. He's like, let me just chuck him into the judges' table. What happens in wrestling when that happens? Yeah, let's see him wrestle a gator. Look at this guy thought he was in like WWE. He thought he was in fake wrestling for a moment. Do you get points taken off? What happens? I thought that was hilarious. Oh my God, this is funny. Oh wait, who would do this to their dog? Who would do that to their dog? Oh, Sloth said the table broke the fall for the wrestler. Look at this dog. I think somebody should do this to their dog and then have the groomer carve into one side NWG. Oh, Anna's with us. Great to see you, sister. Are we sure that's a dog? Good question. What in the hell is that thing? That is hilarious, though. No, it's not animal cruelty. People are stand-up comedians, so why not? Yes, it's a walking sausage. I love how it looks right and left. It's like, is anybody seeing me look like this? What the fuck? What the fuck? Can anybody see this shit? Can anybody see me? What the fuck? Oh my gosh, Reptile says, is that a challenge? He knows where to find a poodle and he has some clippers. Look at this dog. All right. This is funny. Look at this guy. This guy's a criminal. He's in the back seat. Can you see him there? Maybe we'll do this. Can you see him? He's in the back seat and he's trying to get out. He gets one handcuff off. He's like, God, I got to get out of here. I'm going to break out. There's nothing going to stop me. I got one cuff off. We're rolling down the street, but I'm getting out. I don't care. My hair's a mess. I haven't bathed. I just got to get, let me, if I get down here, I got something tucked in my underwear. Let me see. Well, it's not a penis. Do I have a key? Maybe I'll take this off. I can get this out of here. No way these cops are keeping me trapped in this car. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. Did you see what happened to that guy? He was struggling hardcore to get out of that cop car, and fate helped him out. Fate helped him right out of the cop car, probably to a bed where he'll stay the rest of his life as a paraplegic. Gonna have to hit the phone calls here in a moment. Let me pull up. Watch this one more time. Watch this guy get ejected when the car rolls, the cop car rolls. He's like, I'm just going to see if I can, get out of the car. Everybody out of the car. Oh, there's another funny one. Hold on. There's some this commercial here. We'll have to show it next time. If y'all want to see some more of these, that Lamborghini's, oh my God, this is hilarious. That's not the one. Let's see. This guy's funny. Oh my God. Check this out. These folks are speed boating. Look at these folks. All right. They're like speed boating along. You got this guy over here on the left. He's driving. They're like, man, this is a thrilling going 80 miles an hour on the water. Oh, it looks like it's getting a little choppy. Oh my God. Oh my God. They face planted numerous times. It was like Miami Vice up until the moment it wasn't like Miami Vice. Oh my God. Look, the girls are all good looking. The guys are good looking. You know, they're out there on the ocean. They're ready, got their bikinis on. Look, they're looking good. They're toned. They got a tan. Then watch them do these face plants. Look. I'm sorry. I hope they're all okay. I guess it was a while ago by the look of the suits, but look at this guy in the back, the blue shirt. He's like, oh my God. He just bends over. He's like trying to recover. He felt his teeth to see if he had any left. All right, we're going to make some phone calls. Maybe we'll, if y'all like the Instagram, we'll include that as a portion, maybe a little bit longer. Have some more fun with it. And we have WordConqueror is first on the calls tonight. I'll stop this. Here goes the call, brother.
Hello?
Hello, good sir. How are you doing? And Promethean hails to you.
Promethean Hails. I'm doing okay. I was going to talk about YouTube. I might have already said this, but so with YouTube Shorts, something I would say is the stuff you're doing is effective, but if people, something I would say is that the style of content that you typically see, like political people on like YouTube do, it likely isn't going to get that many views because of the dumb way that the app is set up now. Basically,
Uh-oh. Disappeared on us. He disappeared. Let's see if we can get him back. He's back.
hello?
Can you hear us, brother?
I'm very sorry.
No worries.
Something popped up.
No worries. As long as it wasn't a limb. You were right at the point of saying that the shorts would not work because.
They don't work because so basically, from what I understand, the new YouTube algorithm, that doesn't work very well. Like, you can still get views, but like from what I've noticed, the way that the algorithm is structured, it's more towards YouTube Shorts, and it's because they're trying to compete with like TikTok and all that stuff. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm a mess.
No worries, man. No worries. So yeah, you're saying that the YouTube shorts are being pushed rather than regular YouTube videos because they want to compete with other platforms.
Right. It's also because it's brainless content, probably.
Right.
But if you try, you can also push, content that maybe will help people in 1 minute. It's just easier to push brainless content in that amount of time, which is probably, in my opinion, why it's being pushed. But
right.
One of the other things I was going to say is that I unfortunately do not. I also just decided against. What I was going to say is I haven't given up on videos. And I'm sorry that I haven't been posting anything lately, but I'll do that in the future. But I was going to post a Substack article about, so basically, right, English is one of the languages that Western kind speaks.
Yeah.
But then there are multiple others, right?
Right.
Like Spanish, Portuguese, German, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to discuss all of the regions, the countries in which people speak these languages, the dialects, and the regions these dialects are spoken. And then I'm going to make another article about the most important pieces of land. And something you'll notice is that the most important pieces of land in the West are where the most immigration is being pushed. That's something I've noticed a lot. A good example is, the side of Canada where California is, you have a ton of mass immigration. And that's also where a lot of immigration, California is where a lot of immigration is being pushed as well. That is the most, if you look at the Fertile Crescent in Canada and then the valley in California and all that,
Right.
Strategic land, those beaches, that is some of the most valuable land
Right.
in that area.
Yeah.
And so, people will say things like, oh, California, well, everybody in there is just insane, blah, blah, blah. And, they're slightly right. There are a lot of insane people there. But also, when we start to reclaim these countries, I think that, we need to be aware that some of this land, right, is being targeted for a reason, and it's very important. And I'm not sure what's happening in Spain, but I know that a recent stabbing that happened in Spain, it happened in Andalusia. And I remember looking up, what is the most fertile land in Spain? Where can you grow the most crops? Well, it's Andalusia. And if you wanted to get rid of a group of people for a long term, what would you do? You would take the most expensive land, right?
Right.
The best land, the most strategic land. And, they know what they're doing is what I'm getting at, basically.
You're right, man. You're absolutely right. And everywhere that white flight too, to get away from the white erasure, is a place that they newly will target. So that's why we're doing the right and powerful thing here. But you're making a great point. 2 great points. Really appreciate it.
And the last thing I was going to say is, I don't think we'll ever be able to learn all the languages of, Western kind, because there are like a bazillion of them. There's going to be at least like 2, I forgot what it's called, like 2 dozens of them,
Okay.
over 2 dozens of them. But so it would be ridiculous to try and learn all of these. And by the time we did, it would be over. But I think that it would be important to figure out how to say the lexicon in as many of these languages as possible, and specifically the ones with the most speakers, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So Estonian, only 1.1 million people speak it or something, but then, maybe 89% of Estonians speak Russian.
Right, exactly.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Ukrainians, Ukraine, that language might be big enough for people to learn, but like, if we're talking Belarusian, well, everybody in Belarus speaks Russian. Or, 90% of maybe Norway speaks, whatever language, if that makes sense, and so on and so forth. And so that's just something important to consider, I guess.
That's a great point as well, brother. I really appreciate that. Appreciate you bringing that forward so that we can contemplate that when we're spreading the Go Free Lexicon.
Yeah, that's all I was going to say. I'm sorry for taking so long.
No, it was fine. We're allocating more time for calls. So I really appreciate it. And you're welcome back whenever you want, brother.
Okay. Bye. Have a great day.
Promethean hails to you, brother. All right. That was World Conqueror, a true champion. Hey, announcements today. I want y'all to follow Yiz on her Substack. Yiz blog on Substack. It is yiztheeunuch.substack.com. Of course, the primary place to follow her is on YouTube. But this is in addition to that. And we have some other content creators. That was my one announcement for today. If there's anybody else that would like to call, then let me know tonight. We're going to be allocating, I think, from now on. I gotta get control of myself. So we allocate an hour's worth of time, and a big thank you to Slots for pointing out 30 minutes left. Folks to follow, and I've got to contact this champion, Andrei Moisejev. He's on YouTube. Look for Andrei Moisejev. What's the name of that channel? He changed the name. I'm going to have to get back to it and get all these notes written so I can tell you all exactly where to go. White People Press on YouTube, but also whitepeoplepress.com. Westman Media on YouTube, but also on Odyssey. Schoolofthewest.world on YouTube and where I just said. Discordant Dragons is Yiz, the Eunuch on YouTube. Yiz the Unifier is her updated name. You can find her there. Dragon Synth Adventures is occasionally a show that's done occasionally by the great Four Null. So be looking out for that on Fornelius on YouTube. And you can also find his work on nowhiteguilt.org. No White Guilt Clips. Follow him everywhere. YouTube, Twitter, everywhere. No White Guilt Clips. Western Kind Well-Being Newsletter. That's Final Blossom. He's on YouTube, but he's also on Substack. Look him up on Substack as Final Blossom. The Great Lovely Porridge on Jubilation Media. You can find him easily at Ruination Media on YouTube. Intellectual Embargo on YouTube, but also on Odyssey as Intellectual Embargo. Of course, we mentioned Final Blossom on YouTube. Alternative Voices Portal on YouTube, but also on Odyssey. Please follow these content creators, support them. If there's somebody I'm missing, please let me know who it is so that I can share. And I'll take another look at your comments, your tags, and see if there are any other financial gifts. Oh, there is one I know for sure right here as we are getting down to the final minutes of the gathering today. 0.2 of library tokens over there at Odyssey from Wing It Productions. Thank you so much, good brother, over there on Odyssey. He says it's all the library tokens he has to give. Well, thank you so much for that. You know what I need from you? I need an email address. So please DM me on Twitter, somewhere private, so that you can give me your email address so I can send you the audiobook link. My dear brother, God bless you and the work that you're doing in service to white well-being. Over here on D Live, and no financial gifts, but I see Jay Maverick says, I agree with you. Maybe it's me, he's saying. It would make most sense, wouldn't it? And so let's see, what else do we have? I'll turn around this way, and we shall refresh. We have Red Dog says he likes the roll-in shorts that I make. I appreciate that. Anna Speaks Out says one time she did a barrel roll underwater after being thrown off the back of a jet ski just a few years ago. Wow. Driver was a speed racer. I don't have to. I wish I had time tonight to tell y'all what I did to one of my friends. I don't know. Maybe I should. So what do y'all think of looking at some? We would give a little bit more time to the Instagram post just for fun. Elaine Sabatino says a puppy doing a Trump impersonation, Jason. You mean the dog looking both ways? Or the hair? Neanderthal Dogma says Jason could do a Reacts channel. It might help get the word out. I guess I could, yeah. That could be fun. Or we could do some of that here. Oh, Reptile pointing out that Nathaniel Lentini makes amazing white positive content. Check him out, folks. He's on YouTube still, isn't he? And where else? Is he on Twitter still? Oh, the great Yiz is here. All right. We're going to have Yiz on. Her show, Discordant Dragons, is tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over on her channel. Check it out. They're on YouTube. And then I think have her on during the week. Can y'all believe we had on Dr. Swain? I mean, come on. Are y'all feeling that? You know what's not going to have to happen is we're not going to have to be, nobody who talks with us is going to have to turn around by way of something that we do and suddenly say, I didn't know who I was talking to. You know what I mean? You know who I mean? Why don't we have a look at another video as time wears down? What's this one about? Oh, yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, my God. I thought the second coming was going to be a bit more impressive. That dog's like, I've floated and I can't get up. Now the dog is saying, somebody put a little too much salt in this salt pool. A little too much salt. He's been trying to dive for hours to get his milk bone. And he's exhausted. This is what hours of diving for your bone, your toy bone at the bottom of the pool gets you when your owner has put too much salt in the salt water. He's like, I just give up. I floated and I can't get up. Man, that dog's living the life, isn't he? Anybody have any thoughts on this dog? Who wants to be in this dog's place? Talk about a dog's life. Alex says, I think I'd find you roasting videos more entertaining than anything else. Well, yes, I like to do that. No worries, man. No chaos at all. Worked fine. There's always hiccups on the internet. I got started today. There was no audio. Alex says he thinks the Instagram post adds some good comic relief. We can check it out. We can try it a few times and see what people think. And it looks like Anna likes it. He is going to bed. Good night, sister. Dream about floating puppies. What else do we have? Do we have any more that I... Oh, my God. This one. This is bad. You got to hear this one. I'm going to go ahead and put the sound on. This poor woman got the wonderful idea, let me tell you, wonderful idea of bathing a cat. Now, how many people in the chat have bathed cats? This seems like a very dumb idea to me, but she is determined. She is going to bathe the cat in the kitchen sink. Let's watch.
She's biting.
She's biting. God. Oh, that poor lady. Put it down. Put it down.
Oh, damn no. I'm trying to get a damn cat a wash bath. She's sick.
Stop it.
Stop it.
No, she told the cat.
She's biting.
Oh, my God. At least the other cat had her back. So at least that's good. The other cat came in and was like, I'll kick his ass. I'll kick his ass. Don't let him bite you like that. I mean, I gotta give it up to this lady. I mean, she is determined to bathe this cat. If an animal sunk its teeth and claws into my hand, I would definitely be punting it. No way. This is a true This is a true cat lover right here. Just let it eat on you, honey. Oh my God. Lavish says, yeah, what about spritzing the cat? Yeah, you could just get the hose and just hose it down. Oh my God. She's getting eaten by her pet cat. Oh, this is a like a community post to tell you to not work with catnip before you pick up your cat. Somebody get this woman some gauntlets so she can handle this cat. What are y'all saying? Scratchers do not like being clean. Archangel says he's bathed cats. You need a second person with a syringe. That's what you need a second person with. Oh my God. All right. That poor lady. And the moral to the story is don't bathe cats. What other one shall we watch here? Oh, this is a good one. This is some hometown wrestling, and his name I think is Transformer. Watch him transform. Watch him transform. Here he goes. Watch. Oh, we're not gonna do that again. Oh my God. And look, the ref's like, huh? No, I won't play that one again. That's a bit too nasty. Man, he folded right up like a piece of lawn furniture. That was gross. That's what happens when you're a bit too heavy and you decide you're going to go ahead and leap from the second highest rope because you're going to show how much of a kick-ass WWE or WWF wrestler you are. And your little knees, your little legs, and your skin-tight jeans weren't enough to hold it all together. Man. I know when I saw that, I thought, this has got to be fake. I still don't know that it's not fake. But if y'all find it, you can give your 2 cents. The ref is just a little bit too... The ref and the other big... What was the other big guy in the ring for? Was he the opponent? What was he going to do? Eat this Transformer guy? How about this one? This is great. Watch this guy. He's like moseying to he's like, oh shit! My electric scooter. And he runs around the other side to get a better look at it. I think the electric scooter, oh, look at him, he falls. And the scooter shoots sparks at him. I think the scooter was trying to commit suicide, didn't want to ride his fat ass around all day again. Then this guy's like, it's not bad enough. Let me give it some oxygen. He's like, let me run around. I'm gonna go get some water. What does he polish the floor with? Butter? Look at his fat ass. The scooter is trying to kill him. The scooter's like, get away from me. I'm not hauling your fat ass around anymore. Lesson to everybody. Don't put your electric scooter in the living room beside your Christmas tree, the kindling for the rest of the house. Oh my God. Time Traveler says knee folded sideways. Oh my God. Terrible, man. God, I'm sorry to hear that. Alex is asking about the black woman freaking out. The cat was digging in claws and fangs into her wrist. She had to be tough to hold on to a cat doing that. A scooter, an electric scooter. I'm telling you, it committed suicide. What else happened? It happened right as he walked up, and the scooter saw another day of having to tote this fat ass around and just said he's had enough. And to prove my point, when the guy fell, the scooter with its last breath of life threw fire at him. Now, this one is definitely for Kate and the anti-squirrel community. because apparently Kate has hired a special forces team of seagulls. You're not going to believe this. Look at that. Choke it down, buddy. Choke it down. Oh, that is some nasty stuff. I've never seen that before. Oh my God, the whole thing. Oh my God, look, it's Gull Hitler. Oh my God, who does he look like? There he goes. Oh, he's almost killed by the car. Obviously hired by the squirrels. Where is Rapunzel? When this nasty, did anybody know that a seagull would do that? I know, it is sick. Isn't that disgusting? It's just wolfing it down. I've never seen anything like that. Is nasty. All right. Let's see. One more, maybe. What else? What else? This is maybe two more. I don't know. What's this one? Oh my God. Look at this. It's a Buttigieg's proctologist. Look, it's Buttigieg's proctologist. Oh, he sees the light. There he is. Skateboarders out there. What is that, fun? Does anybody find that fun? You skate the full pipe. Janice is here. Great to see you, sister. Oh, there she is. Rapunzel has shown up. Hello there, young lady. All right, what else do we... Oh, this one's pretty good. Right, well, wait a second. What was this one? Okay.
First swim. Be careful, Adam.
Look at this.
Adam! Adam! This is my pet duck, Adam, going for his first swim.
This is the first swim of this duck. It couldn't get away from her fast enough. Man, that thing ran on the water. Franklin said, this is an old one. That thing running away. If you got a pet and it gets away from you like that, you got problems. All right. Well, maybe we'll do these next time as well. This was funny. Yeah, we'll have to come back and do it again. Well, with just under 2 minutes to go, let me check here. We're good there. We're good there. We're good there. We didn't get to read any of your comments. We're going to have to be more organized, less sick. That's what has to happen. More organized, less sick. So we're good in these places. Can you believe we had Dr. Swain on? Truly amazing. All right. We're good there. We're good here. We're good everywhere. Yes. The squirrel people can talk about their battle against the squirrels now, if they would like, in our remaining moments. But what a glorious past week we've had, and what a glorious week we anticipate to have in our final minute here of the gathering. Make sure you take these tools, you follow them to the T, you apply them to your individual circumstances, you throttle up or throttle down based on your audience. And the primary purpose is to convey the key concepts, secondarily, the totality of the concepts, more of them, and then tertiary, to get the folks to come over to participate in the Go Free method, because that is how we have been, and will continue to recapture our destiny. The world is ours, ladies and gentlemen. We will take back our destiny for the good of everyone. I love you all. Let's go free.